going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell, in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and wherever and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. The content just doesn't stop, does it? Like somebody turned on a content fire hose, and I just haven't been able to manage it. There's a lot to talk about, and I stayed up super late. One in chat if you were part of my first Metaphor ReFantasio stream last night. Any gaming frogs in chat? We finally did some gaming. We did the opening to the new Atlas game, which is, you know, the studio that does Persona, does Shin Megami Tensei, or SMT, if you're into abbreviating things and making acronyms. Any acronym frogs in chat? You were in briefly, says Miskatonic. That's a 0.5. Some people made it. It started so late. It started so late because, like, I don't know. Hello, Cindy Prem. Hello, Good for Gabby. Hello, Moeno, Narwhal by Nature. Nabil, good to see you. Love that game, says Nabil. I'm still in the intro. I mean, I'm at the, what is it? We fought our first battles. Yeah, it's a lot like SMT. It's a lot like Persona so far. I was actually surprised because somehow, I don't know. You know, actually the battle system sort of reminds me a little bit of Cyber, what is it called? Cyber, oh my god, we were playing it. What the fuck is that game called? Cyber, no, Hacker, wait, what the fuck was that game called? We played a little bit of it. Oh my god, chat, how am I this bad at remembering things? Oh my gosh. Soul hackers. Why was I saying cyber hackers? Yeah, NCC hacks your soul. Wow. Wow. And I didn't finish that one because that was like on the so if you don't know, like most of how I play video games is that I have a Xbox Game Pass. That is why I'm one bit of gaming allowance, and it's a lot. Like it's $11 per month. It's a bit, you know, but you get to play like a whole bunch of different games. The only problem is that like only some of those games do you like download and like keep, and most of the games you are in a situation where you're most of the games it's like you've got a limited amount of time to play it, and it's their way of trying to get you to buy the games. So it's like a good deal in that, you know, you got unlimited, like not unlimited, but like whatever's on the Game Pass you can play. ReFantasio is not on the Game Pass, Nabil. ReFantasio I have Agleth to thank for, right? Agleth got me a Humble Bundle game key for Steam because they didn't put it out on Game Pass, unfortunately. But a lot of the Atlas stuff is on Game Pass, at least for a little while. But you got to play through it fast, right? I missed my chance. I missed that window with Persona 5. I missed that window. Although I do have Persona 5, surprisingly, on PS4. The problem is that my PS4 is bricked. You know, the blue light of death? Anybody ever experienced the PS4's blue light of death? Well, I'm stuck on that blue light. Like, I can't, my PS4 basically doesn't work. Has not worked for years. But I do have Persona 5 R on that thing. I should play through that sometime. That's a hell of a game. I sound like Trump saying that. It's a hell of a game, isn't it? I played through Persona 5. Can you imagine Trump talking about RPGs? Yeah, anyway. Chat, have we had enough Trump tent lately? I'm trying to decide what exactly to do. We got a lot of TYT tent to get through today. We might have some loose ends with Trump to pick up, though. Especially considering the fact that if you haven't looked at my sub count lately, it's about to turn over. And it's about to turn over into a new digit. We're about to get 5 digits. We're about to be 5-digit Andis and Andreas, right? Which is pretty amazing. We're very close. What I'm saying in not so many words, chat, is that we're very close to being at 10,000 subs on YouTube. Which I think I might have joked about, like not wanting to, like being worried about, right? The reason is that when I hit 1,000 subs on YouTube was right when the entirety of the debate sphere decided to cancel me, right? For speaking truth to power. Even though that power is pretty weak and pathetic, it is structured in a way. Miskatonic says, my cats have been confined to my room for several days while my daughter and her fiance convert my basement into an in-law studio. Interesting. Little ones keep starting shit hissing at her sisters. Oh my god, my cats fight too. Oh, they're not really my cats. Sorry, they're my roommate's cats. They're my roommate's cats, but they fight. Sometimes they're wholesome, sometimes they're sweet, sometimes they get along. Most of the time they fight. Like, especially if I try to play with them. Like, we've got those fishing rod cat toys for them. And when I try to play with the cats, well, one of them gets jealous, all right? One of the cats really likes to play. The other cat kind of likes to play sometimes, but if I play with the cat that likes to play, then the cat that's more aloof, let's just say, will come around and get mad at her for playing with me, like get jealous, right? It's like this little cat is so aloof, is so, you know, doing his own thing, except for in the moments when his friend is playing with a human, and then he gets jealous, and he like jumps behind her and like bites her, right? He jumps on her and like bites, and I'm just like, Tyrion. Yeah, his name Tyrion after the Game of Thrones character, I guess. I'm assuming. Omega Star says, I like the older SMT games. Many people say that. Soul Hackers, thank you. Yes. I was like, what is it called? Cyber something? Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if ReFantazio was on Game Pass? That would be awesome. Unfortunately, yeah, I was hoping it was, but yeah, and then I got jealous, like, right, of the fact that some other streamers are playing through it. Some other politics streamers, in fact, are playing through it, and I was like, I don't have it, and they do. I'm so jealous. And like, this is something you should never say on stream, because somebody might just get it for you and embarrass you. Like, I was just embarrassed. Like, I was like, oh, was I being entitled? Was I being a little bit entitled? Maybe so. Anyway, what do we got? We got TYT tent out the caboose. So much TYT tent. The Ethan Klein thing seems to still be going on. I've even watched some stuff about that recently. Do you know what the latest thing is? We're not going to cover that today. Okay, just so you know, all of you that are like, I want a break from Ethan Klein and Hassan, you're going to get that today. You're going to get that break. So don't worry about that, right? We're covering TYT today, you know, pretty much to the exclusion of other things. But we are, there are developments in that. And the latest development is it seems like Landlord Dan, Destiny's friend, has been trying to contact members of Congress. Members of the House of Representatives have been contacted and told that Twitch is a bastion of anti-Semitism. Which, you know, like I said, there were some legitimate, like, criticisms. There were some, like, you know what I mean? Them bringing back Sneeko, like, what were they doing? Them bringing back Fresh and Fit, what were they doing, right? That's legit. That actually is problematic. I don't even know. It seems like a mistake or a lack of information or something like that, or I don't even know. Right? But in terms of, like, the platform being fucking anti-Semitic, right? The main point of contention they have is the fact that Twitch, after October 7th, they disabled signups from Israel and from Palestine. So it definitely isn't anti-Semitic unless you want to say Semitic peoples, right? Unless you were going to use a broad sense of that word. But yeah, they're using that, and they're using clips from Hassan and maybe even this Frogan panel to try to claim that Twitch is anti-Semitic and try to drag Dan Clancy, CEO of Twitch, the other Dan. I posted in my troublemaker. Posted my troublemaker on Discord too. Wait, what's your troublemaker? Anyway, so just to let you know that that's still kicking. I've still got my eye on it. Maybe we'll cover it again. I know some of you are a little tired of it, so I thought I'd give you a break today, especially considering that we have so much content, not just from TYT, but also Tim Pool. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at the fact that Tim Pool may be. You have a puppy named Tyrion? That's adorable. That is adorable. Oh my god, chat. I hate to go with the same dono goal from yesterday, but I am starting so late that I might have to. Bonus content. Bonsu content. Bonus content. If I could spell. Bonus content, not Bonsu content. I don't know what Bonsu content. Is Bonsu? Oh no, Bosu. I'm thinking of Bosu. Anybody know what a Bosu ball is? Anybody got a Bosu ball at home? It's a piece of exercise equipment that it's all about balance. You're kind of standing on almost like a yoga ball that's cut in half, and that's fixed to a hard plastic platform. I really like a Bosu ball. Bonsai ball. Yeah, like a balance ball, basically, Beaverus. Oh, yeah, so yeah, I'm keeping my eye on what's going on with the Hassan content. No, just chat. My assessment of the situation is I don't think that they're actually going to drag Dan Clancy, let alone Hassan Piker, in front of Congress. I think that they're shooting too high on that one. They've caused a lot of problems, especially for smaller streamers. They got apparently Aiden Ross claimed credit for the Frogan ban. I don't know if that's true or false, or you know what's going on with that, but he's claimed credit for it. So maybe I'm just like trying to imagine, why would Twitch listen to Aiden Ross, right? Like, Aiden Ross is fucking banned from Twitch, and they don't want him back. This is the guy that watched Korn with his, like, 13-year-old audience. Like, just pulled up Korn Hub on Kick. And I think he's banned from Twitch because he, like, showed his Kick. Like, in Kick, they're allowed to just say any slurs they want, right? There's no rules, right? Or hardly any rules to Kick. So the chats are going to be just saying a lot of shit, right? And because Aiden Ross's chat was invisible when he was dual streaming on both Kick and Twitch, that's how he lost his privilege of Twitch streaming. And I don't think Twitch wants him back. I mean, I assume, unless, like, I mean, there is something going on, right? You know, they brought back Sneeko, they brought back Fresh and Fit. Does this mean that Twitch is, like, are they hard up for views? They are like losing views, losing market share even, maybe, but they're still the premier. They're the premier. They're the premier site for gaming streams, right? They're by far, and that's partially because YouTube has not encroached on that. If YouTube wanted to, they could, but YouTube appears to be more worried about Twitch taking their market share than they are, Twitch, what am I saying? TikTok taking their market share than they are about Twitch taking their market share. So they're trying to use shorts to eat TikTok's breakfast, and they're not really streaming is they've just kind of, I mean, they make some improvements in it. They pretend like they're gonna, you know, care about it. They pretend like they're gonna, you know, make it on par with Twitch, and then they just leave it. So, you know, whatever. Whatever. But yeah, the other thing I wanted to go over with you is like I said, we've got, it's not just a little bit of, you know, sometimes when I cover Jink and Anna, sometimes when I cover TYT, I'm giving you like hors d'oeuvres, right? It's like there was a clip that got posted on twitter.com today. Kind of spicy. Would you like to try? Would you like to try some hors d'oeuvres? You know, it's TYT hors d'oeuvres. This time it's a 4-course meal or 5-course meal, whatever the big one is, right? Whatever the multiple course meal, the indulgent, spendy kind of meal is. That's what we've got today. We got the, you know, the salad course. We got the soup course. We've got the palate cleansers in between. We got a lot of TYT to go through. So, and it's not just little clips, right? It's also some of their videos that shine a broader light on the clips. But so what I've got, the main thing is, the main bit, the main course is this small Twitter account called Bernie's Cat. Right? If you saw that in the title, maybe you don't know why is Anna mad at Bernie's Cat? We're talking about a Twitter account, just to be clear. It's not actually... Did anybody in here think it was Bernie's cat, Bernie's actual cat? Did anybody fall for that bit of unintentional clip? Yeah, a moose. Oh wait, let me, here, what do I have to do? I gotta pop this out, pop out chat. Oh my god, chat. It's really, I kind of love the fact that I've been getting some really positive feedback about the stream lately, and that means a lot to me. Considering the amount of like negative feedback I get from Mr. Bonercelli's fans and the H3 fans, the Anna Kasparian fans. There's a lot of people don't like what I'm doing, but some of you out there really do, and I appreciate that. So thank you. I always feel like though I'm not like professional enough. You know, like I don't have my shit together, and I don't. I really don't. Like, I'm just in a loop of you know, since the election's been going on, we've been doing a ton of content, and it's more than just the election now. We got TYT, we got Ethan Klein, we got all kinds of stuff going on. We had President Sunday popping off for a while, and it was wild. There we go. Amuse Bouche. Amuse Bouche. Did I say Boucher? That would be... An amuse bouche would be more of the maybe Louisiana way of pronouncing that, if by what you mean is a reference to the Adam Sandler film, The Waterboy. Do we have all the fancy silverware? I hope so. Like I said, I aim to please. I'm striving to be more professional, and I want to thank those of you who've contributed to the stream through my Throne account. You know, for the look of the stream right now, for not just the look of the stream, but the sound of the stream too, right? This microphone, what is the name for this? The room divider. There we go. Blue hair. Which, strangely enough, blue hair looks a lot like, you know, blue hair is like the sister to the, maybe to the character from Metaphor ReFantasio. It feels like. Very similar look, other than no heterochromia, which I always thought was cool. Chat, any fans of heterochromia in chat? Oh my god, chat, I'm spreading. I'm talking about too many different things at the beginning of the stream, and I need to sort of drill down. So, like I said, there's a Twitter account called Bernie's Cat that triggered Anna Kasparian into an on-screen meltdown. A full-on freak out from Anna Kasparian over this Bernie's Cat. And that's one of the things that we're going to cover today. There's a few other clips. There's a few other things that have happened. It was some criticism, really, that Anna got over Bob Dobbs reference in chat. Bob Dobbs believes in you. Thank you, Miska. I'm glad that we're still supported by the Church of the Subgenius, apparently. I'm just looking to make sure that, like, everything as it should be. So, yeah, like I was saying, Bernie's cat. The weasel weave. I'm doing the weave. That's right. I'm doing the weave. We do the weave. We do the weave. I'm trying to make the right. It's like you do the weave. Yeah, it's like that. He does like a bracket thing. Yeah, like 2 different eye colors. Beaverius. Anna's hair is perfect. Mine is not. Mine is not perfect. You're reminding me that my hair's, you know, I almost made it better because, like, I wanted to use some hairspray on it today, but you know, living with roommates, you know, that sometimes you go for the pre-stream you know, glow up in the bathroom mirror, and you get kind of stopped by the fact that somebody's already in there. We're gonna cover Tim Pool as well. Yeah, Tim Pool saying that he's gonna quit. I kind of doubt it, but love how Anna had a meltdown over a random tweet. That's right. That's right. So I'm trying to get back to this, right? Because I was going somewhere with this. I'm trying to let you know of, like, just kind of, because I was able to, thanks to Natalie Marie. Natalie Marie sends me a lot of links, covers a lot of stuff on her Twitter, and she sent me some of the videos that I was actually looking for, as far as the freak out over the over Bernie's cat, which I guess it looks like Olimey posted. Yeah, that's on Olimey's Twitter account. And then Hansi, if you remember from a week or so ago, we covered Hansi's call to Jink Uger. Hansi was a little bit amped up, but he was trolling Jink so hard, and he got Jink to talk about the union and just kind of like bullshit his audience, right? Jink did not want the union. Jink busted the union, and he was unsuccessful in busting the union. Therefore, TYT has a union, but he tried to claim that he was supportive. Oh, we have a union. Are you in the union? Are you in the union? Great. Then you know, we're pro-union. No, you're not. Nobody's believing that, except for your most low information Andy and Andrea fans, right? Might believe that, but like anybody with any sense does not believe that. But yeah, Hansi posted a clip of more of them freaking out. And this one, I feel like they're freaking out over, they talked about a cottage industry, not to be confused with a fraudage industry. That's a different thing. But they talked about a cottage industry of like anti-TYT content, and they don't seem to realize that it's not a cottage industry that randomly arose, right? If you're getting videos made on you, right, it's because you did something really wrong by your fans. I think they're talking about the Vanguard boys, if I'm being real, right? It really sounds like Jink, you know, refers to butt pimples, I believe. I guess that's his pet name for Zach and Gavin, butt pimples. And the one thing I'm missing, though, right? And I was in the Vanguard stream earlier today. Some of you were as well. Some of you were as well. P Various says, I saw the Vanguard Boys' recent video with a former employee. Yeah. That is Winners and Losers on YouTube. If you want to give that account a follow, they've got a potentially a documentary about TYT and the union coming out that they're trying to crowdfund. So yeah, definitely get behind that. Just a tease of the of his documentary, but it sounded out. I wanted to watch that, except I felt like, you know, I don't want to get in the way of his video getting views, you know. So in other words, I don't want to like watch the video with y'all and then have people from this chat not end up watching the video. But yeah, I thought about you know, doing a full day of coverage of that, because that's some interesting stuff, and an interesting YouTuber there too with Winners and Losers. The Vanga Boys? Does that sound like Vanguard to you? The Vanguard is still triggering Jink and Anna. So the one thing that I wasn't able to figure out, And I told, and like I asked Natalie about this. Neither of us know where this is or what this refers to, but I kept on hearing the Vanguard boys talk about Anna or TYT or somebody referring to them as like leftist Beavis and Butthead. Could anybody tell me where that's from? Did Anna and Jink say that on stream? Yeah, a channel with 50k viewers, 50k subs, triggering them with a 6 million too strong channel. Yeah, that's right. But does anybody know about where the left? Because I kept on hearing them say, yeah, we're the Beavis. They called us Beavis and Butthead, and I don't know where that is. So that was the only clip that I can't bring you. Anna's hair is perfect was a common recurring chat in the TYT main chat daily. She does have her legion of simps. Really strange shit. I don't want to show you these because like I don't want to be the person that highlights a tiny little account, especially if it's like embarrassing itself. But yeah, I noticed somebody was tweeting at Anna Kasparian talking about how they had apparently lost a lot of weight, gotten into the gym, and started becoming a bodybuilder, right? Started and that their trainer had them doing reps for Anna, right? Their personal trainer in the gym had them like, come on, 3 more reps for Anna. Do it for Anna. Anna's gonna love how you look, right? And they're posting this shit on Twitter. They're posting, I flexed my back muscles thinking of you today, Anna. If I was Anna Kasparian, I'd be fucking creeped out. I would be so creeped out. Like, that is... She's just got a lot of really... Those Kasparian stands, and there's another dude that, like, literally tweets about her every single day. Like, just... Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Yeah, do it for Anna. More like butt lymphomas. What did they say? Butt lymphoma? Oh, you're right. Wait. They said something about cancer. Wait, yeah. Wait, I'm trying to remember. But does anybody have that information? Does anybody know where the Beavis and Butthead thing came from? Because that's the one thing that I could not find TYT saying. Like, now, we've seen TYT make references that very much... They'll never straight up say the Vanguard, right? But they make references, and even in Anna's Substack, she's made references that are like, who the hell could she be talking about besides the Vanguard? It's gotta be the Vanguard. But I was unable to find the Beavis and the Butthead clip. Did I just say the Beavis and the Butthead? The Beavis and the... the Batman and the Joker. I don't know. I don't know where that came from. Need those sweet TYT bucks to get your hair as good as Anna's? Yeah, I need to... Actually, chat, I haven't had my hair styled in, like, more than a year. And for a while, it was like a question of you know, not having enough money. And stuff is still tight, but I feel like I can afford to get my hair done now. I just don't have the time to get it done. But I should. I like the Vanguard boys, but come on, the Beavis and Butthead thing is pretty funny. Well, wait, I just don't know. Where is it, Vanguard Supreme? Like, where did they say that? I can't find that. Like, I keep on hearing Zach and Gavin mention that they're being compared to Beavis and Butthead, but I don't know where it's happening. I haven't seen that clip. After Mar-a-Lago Cornholio? Oh god, yes, Mar-a-Lago Cornholio. Now we have the leftist Beavis and Butthead. We do, but they, you know, like, obviously, if you look at Zach and Gavin, it's going to be a lot more easy for you to see Jay and Silent Bob. I think if you're going for a 90s reference, right, for the Vanguard, Jay and Silent Bob would probably be the... Jay and Silent Bob would be the reference. No idea where the reference is fun. It's a funny reference. I'm just like, they must have said that, right? I think I'm guessing it's something that Jink and or Anna said. The cat chat? Is it the chat? And so it's not okay, so I'm not missing anything. Just making sure, chat. Karen and Stacy. Wait, who would be Karen and Stacy? Are you talking about the Vanguard would be? I think you mean Becky and Stacy, right? Isn't that the iconic pair? Becky and Stacy? Or Dervs? I thought Irene would say, would you like to try this dirt? Bavaria says, I watched a lot of Beavis and Butthead as a kid. More like Karen than a Stacy? Oh, Anna. Yeah, Karen Kasparian, yeah. Stacy is less annoying. They're Beavis and Butthead, apparently. So just to make sure, chat, I'm not missing a clip, because I got together. We're going to get 10K tonight. We're going to get 10K and BCAT K. I think you're right. BCAT K, making the prediction that we will hit 10K tonight. Who is Beavis and who is Butthead? Is it... They don't really look like Beavis and Butthead. Excuse me, hiccups. Okay, so wait, Zach is Butthead and Gavin is Beavis. I mean, I guess if you're gonna force that on them, they need to do more of the laughing though. They need to do the iconic thing about Beavis and Butthead is their laugh, right? Mr. Bonarelli, you are a fantastic moron. Yeah, these guys rule. These guys rule. The Vanguard is pretty cool. Yeah. Ryan Gosling and Mikey Day dressed as Beavis and okay, so that means chat. That means that I am not missing any clips. I've got everything that I need for you for this TYT special stream tonight. The only thing that we're like missing. Wait, we got our. Okay, I mean, I guess I'll deal with that. Wait, this one should move, right? Browser goes over here, perhaps. Yes, that's a good place for that. From my fingers to God's ears? Wait, you're gonna put your fingers in God's ears? Are you gonna do some ear cleaning ASMR for God? That would be pretty based. Jodran, yes, that's right. Jodran Peterson and his epic fashion sense. I gotta figure out what we got for Trump tint, though. That's what's bugging me. Like, I know we got some.
When you have better blood flow, your entire body...
Okay, we got the Univision thing. We got the barbershop thing. I'm trying to figure out if we've got like a little bit more Trump tint. Because we got to keep up on the goings on in Trump world. You can't turn your back on Trump, regardless of how much you might want to. Never turn your back on a drug, chat, especially when it's waving a razor-sharp hunting knife in your face. Oh yeah, I guess the big thing about Trump today was that another one of his generals came out. One of his... You remember how he used to talk about his generals? Because the dude has got, like, I don't know what you want to call it, like fascist lean. What do you want to call? I'm trying to explain this in the right way, right? If fascism did not exist, all right, if fascism had never existed, Donald Trump would, like, naturally invent it. It's just like his personality is somehow fascist, right? He was obsessed with generals. He called them his generals. And one of these generals, one of these guys that Donald Trump, like, used to prop himself up with, make himself seem like he was... One of these guys has come out and spilled the tea about how much Donald Trump talked about Hitler in a positive way. So, you know, normally when people call, you know, Donald Trump fascist, or they call MAGA fascist or something like that, they don't, it's you know, it's fascist in a general sense, right? And people that are, you know, shitty will take that and be like, oh, well, you know, fascism means, like, exactly emulating Hitler. And it's like, no, that's not the only form of fascism out there. It tends to arise in its own way in different countries according to their own culture. Like people have said, if fascism ever comes to America, it'll come holding a Bible and wrapped in a flag. You know, that just tells you sort of how it would work its way, or how it has worked its way into American culture, right? But so they'll use the fact that Donald Trump is not a supporter of the National Socialist movement from Germany in the 1930s as, like, you know, it's not really fascism, right? It's not really fascism, is it? But in this case, we got Donald Trump being a fanboy, being a god, yeah, the father of IVF and the father of fascism, right? But being a fanboy for Hitler and, in particular, his generals. Thomas Jerome Newton, thank you for the super chat. Il Duce. Wait, is this one good? Oh my god. Is there, like, a good Tim Walz said something really spicy, right? So yeah, we're getting our Trump tent together. We've got our dono goal together, and Thomas Jerome, thank you for helping me illustrate how this thing works for anybody that doesn't know, right? When you donate, it makes the dono goal go up, right? So that's the first thing that happens. And the second thing that happens am I playing metaphor today? That's on the menu. That's an option. If people want me to play metaphor, go ahead and vote for it. And when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics that you want to see. Korean granddad who rides a boar, metaphor or fallout in the gaming category. Jodran Peterson, a fashion analysis. Yes, because I'm great at spelling. AOC versus Fetterman. If you're like a metaphor fan, then you can donate, and when you donate, you can say Metaphor Refantasio, and I will actually add your donation to the vote totals. So, like, what are our vote totals looking like right now? Korean Granddad, you're gonna get to ride a boar, maybe. That's a good choice. We got Korean Granddad rides a boar in the first place. We got AOC versus Fetterman in second place. We got Metaphor Refantasio or Fallout New Vegas, depending on what chat wants more, in third place. And we got Jodran Peterson, a fashion analysis by CJ the X, if you know who that is, in third place. A random Amazon charge that I can't dispute anymore because it's been 2 days. Oh, geez. That sounds rough. Jodran. Mr. Jodran Peterson. He has an orange Mussolini vibe. The best generals I've ever had.
Vanguard Sue, super chatted $7.24. $10 Canadian, don't get too excited, for Jorb's fashion sense.
Canadian dollars are welcome here. We love our Canadian money, even though it's gotta be hard for Canadians having to, you know, everything's more expensive for you there. But thank you, Vanguard Supreme, and I'll take the first two donations and just call them. We'll say together that, you know, I can round that up, right? and say that we're at 10%. So we're at 10% of the we're at 10% of the dono goal, 12% of the dono goal. We hit 100% by the end of the stream tonight, then we get bonus content. And yes, that very much could be Metaphor Refantasio. I feel like the 7 was going to Jodrin Peterson. Again, if you've donated, or if you do donate, make sure to, and then 2% for AOC versus Fetterman. There we go. And that's how you do it. Thank you for showing people how this works. Tim Pool not wearing a cap for coitus? Wait. Really? Wait, I thought he would wear the cap for, especially for coitus. Coitus. Remember what he said about Gettysburg? Vaguely? Vaguely? Need to introduce Trump to those map history games like Hearts of Iron 4. He would love that, yeah. So he can live out his strongman fantasies in peace. We need to Matrix that motherfucker. Is that wrong for me to say? Will I get like the Secret Service come into my door, be like, excuse me, ma'am, do you actually intend to Matrix the former president? You understand that that would be a federal crime, right? You weren't serious, like, right? That's what they do, right? They knock on your door. Excuse me, ma'am, we're from the Secret Service. We are charged to protect the current president, vice president, and former president. And we need to have a little discussion here about your internet activity. When you said that you wanted to Matrix Donald Trump, first of all, do you have some sort of a device, some sort of goo, a tank of goo that you could actually put Donald Trump in order to, do you have a computer that you could, do you have like a, what is it called, Neuralink chip that you could insert? You know, like, do you, like, are you serious about this? That's what they do, right? They check if you're, they want to know if you're serious. And then, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's scary. So like, you know, you're like, okay, I guess I won't Matrix the former president. I'm sorry. I didn't know people were so sensitive about this. I just wanted to Matrix the dude. I can't Matrix the dude. I wasn't saying do any harm. I was going to do him a goddamn favor. He would love that. Donald Trump would love the Matrix I would create for him, right? He's president forever. His skin is oranger than orange, and everybody loves it. Everyone loves him, right? He's got the generals. He's got the news media eating out of his hand. He would love my Matrix. I wouldn't do harm. I would be, you know, like, I would make his life better than it's ever been before just by Matrixing him. Matrix the fuck out of that weirdo. Agent Smith was the deep state. Do you intend to give the president a blue pill or a red pill? That's the question. That's the real question. That's the real question. No, like, Tim Walz said something like spicy. I'm trying to find it. Oh, I'm sorry. It was about Elon Musk, wasn't it? Okay, Tim Walz, Madison, Wisconsin. There we go. Looks like we got a little Obama, too. Megastar, thanks for the 300 bits. Tim Walz called Elon a jackass. Yeah, like a jumping jackass, or jumping around like a Did he say jackass or dipshit? All right, so we got that. We got the Walz thing, and then we got got the Trump tent. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we got what we need, and we can start to proceed. I'm gonna proceed to start up a shorts stream for anybody who likes watching me on shorts. What are we starting off talking about? Got Univision. We got Barbershop. How do I feel like that's not, like, spicy enough? Oh yeah, it's a 2-for-1. So I gotta figure out what to call this. Will Trump's division meltdown section, and then we do our hashtags. Oh my god, I love this song. This is the perfect song to start off the stream with, right? Just gets your every time I hear this, it like gets my it just like brings everything back into balance. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna start off with the Univision thing, and then some more Trump tent. Then we're gonna do the Tim Walz dunking on Elon, dunking on Trump, maybe a little Obama tent, but we might have had too much Obama tent already. I don't know, Chad. I'll have to figure that out when we get there. High risk, high reward. We're jumping right into this. We're just going to do a little bit of politics before we get to the main story, which is Anna Kasparian, TYT, and we've actually got a lot of that. There's been multiple videos that there's been multiple, freakouts about multiple videos, and I just love Anna's new, like, arch enemy is actually Bernie's cat. How wild is that? How wild is that it's Bernie's cat that she's all upset about? Start poll. Have you liked the stream yet? You liked stream yet? Question mark. Yes. Capital yes. Exclamation point. What the hell happened to my music? Music! Put that tape on. Oh my god. Yes. Then, Twitch. And, Copy that. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I always forget to do this, chat. I should do this earlier. Like I try to learn from more professional operations than my own, how to run a stream, and I kind of like that the Vanguard does thanks their Patreons right at the beginning. Right, so that way if somebody's catching the stream late, there we go. In that message, hit that button. This up. So, oh wait, I think I've got it in the description. The link to Patreon. I appreciate massively the support from my patrons on Patreon.com. If you want to support me there, membership does have its benefits. At the lowest level, at the bottom tier of Base Weasel, the base, so to speak, of my Patreon, you get access to the videos that I edit before they come out. Unedited and uncensored, right? So you got the full video without any cuts to it, and also without me cutting out the F word, which I say way too much, right? You can also support me at the fancy level of $5, for which you get a fancy shout out. Speaking of which, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe No Ape, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Good for Gabby, and a special fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star, Fancy Weasels. And if you want to support me on Patreon, the link is in the description. Should be in the description. I'm bad about putting links places, but there that is. And then we can get started with the stream, I think, by hitting this go live button. High risk, high reward. And hitting the stream marker button on both YouTube and Twitch. And then last but not least, we hit this one. All right, here we go. So like I said, I have not had the chance to do this yet. I also wasn't sure about Univision's takedown policy. I've dealt with certain networks, but not others, and I didn't want to risk getting a takedown or worse from a network. So I'm gonna watch it through. This is Jesse Dolomore. I think we've watched him once before. If you want to give him a follow, I don't know much about him, but he's had the story before that I'm looking for. So this is the one that I'm looking for, being blasted with questions at a Univision town hall. So, like Trump, one of the things that Trump has going for him is that certain constituencies, which had been mostly against him in the past, this being, this being like the I hate to say like the black vote and the Hispanic vote. That sounds like it's weird. But those demographics, if you looked at those votes alone, were very much against Trump. We're very much in the favor of the Democrat. And this year, they're not as in favor of Kamala Harris as they were of Joe Biden in 2020 or Hillary Clinton in 2016. And you'll hear a lot of like the Steve Kornackis of the world, a lot of the pollster guys on the networks talk about this. You almost get the feeling like, oh yeah, black people really like Donald Trump. They are mostly voting for Donald Trump. That's not true. Like we're still talking about Trump receiving something like a 60-40 split in terms of the Hispanic vote, and a, I don't know, 80-20 split in terms of the black vote. So you're talking about constituencies which are reliably voting for Democrats, but less in less total numbers, right? Because if you go back to 2016, Donald Trump was getting like 8% of the votes from black voters, right? And now it's more like 20%. So they're like, whoa, he doubled his numbers, and it makes it sound more like it makes it sound. In fact, it borders in what I'm afraid of. And what I see that in the tea leaves is a potential loss by Kamala Harris, which is, I got to admit it to you, a possibility, a very distinct possibility, being blamed on these constituencies, not because they don't support her, because they by and large do, but because they don't support her as unambiguously as they did in the past, right? And you've seen precedent for this before. If you look at the California Proposition 8, the anti-marriage equality initiative, was largely blamed on black voters in California, and never any attention paid to the millions of white voters that voted for it too. So yeah, there's a tendency with these dissections of the vote into different demographics to then turn and blame blame minorities for blame like marginalized people for a left candidate's failure, and I think it's really gross. So yeah, if Kamala Harris loses, it's Kamala Harris's fault. All right, it's the Democratic Party's fault. It's Joe Biden's fault. It's not. You can't be like, it's the black voters that didn't. That's I don't want to hear that. All right, but let's look at the Univision town hall, which Trump was at a little while ago. Got some questions and couldn't really handle them.
Don't get out much. So Donald Trump Univision held another town hall, this time for Donald Trump. This time, oddly enough, there were no conspiracy theories being spread about Donald Trump reading from a teleprompter like there were with Kamala Harris, even though the same teleprompter was in the same spot, in the same studio, and no one's claiming he read from a teleprompter. Weird how the conspiracies only apply to Democratic candidates.
There's a surprisingly, shockingly low bar for Donald Trump. His flub ups, his fuck ups, his just disastrous moments are like expected, and it's almost like because of that they disappear into the ether. We had Trump's appearance at the National Association of Black Journalists, which is where he started saying black jobs. Said a lot of other things too that were just really, I can't even remember them. They're out of my mind, out of my sight too, and nobody ever talks about them. Even though at the time it was a pretty big deal, and these things, like, taken by themselves, they're pretty shocking. And another candidate, especially a Democratic candidate, would have been sunk by saying these kind of things. The one that comes to mind, the one that I cannot forget, is when he compared his crowd size on January 6th to the crowd size of Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech back in the 60s, right? And he said, I had a bigger crowd. Mine was better. Mine was bigger. January 6th, better than the I Have a Dream speech, right? Just a fucking wild thing to say, right? The fact that Donald Trump did Jan 6th in the first place is wild. The fact that he's able to run for president after that is also wild. But the fact that he's bragging about it and dunking on Martin Luther King Jr. is just the gravy on top of it all. But yeah, like I said, held to a different standard.
And Kamala Harris specifically. Weird. But there's two moments I want to play for you. One is a question from a Republican, just a no longer registered Republican. That's how he identifies himself. He says, I'm a Republican that's no longer registered. And he asks about Donald Trump, I want to give you an opportunity to win my vote back. And ultimately, the question is, what the happened with January 6th? Why did you not intervene? Why did you not do something? And Donald Trump, in true Donald Trump fashion, just gives a word salad nonsense answer. Really is a self-indictment of his love of himself, his love of power, his love of influence, and having zero love or affection or loyalty or duty to country. Watch this first moment, and then we're going to move on to another one that is more stark than this, and really kind of a campaign ender in my mind.
I am a Republican, no longer registered though. I want to give you the opportunity to try to win back my vote. Okay, your I'd say action and maybe inaction during your presidency and the last few years, sort of, was a little disturbing to me. What happened during January 6th, and the fact that, you waited so long to take action while your supporters were attacking the Capitol. Coronavirus, I thought the public was misled during coronavirus, and that many more lives could have been saved if we would have been informed better.
So yeah, when people say I thought the public was misled during coronavirus, you don't really know what he's talking. You don't really know which side of the issue he's on. But when he says many more lives could have been saved, right, rather than something like the children's education was disrupted, or the evil vaccines, something like that, right? Or like, information about the information was suppressed or something like that, right? Then you got an anti-vaxxer. But it doesn't sound like that's what this guy is saying. He's saying more lives could have been saved. So yeah, that's a proper criticism of Trump's mishandling of the greatest public health nightmare of our century.
And also people in your administration who don't support you. I'm curious how people so close to you and your administration.
So as far as people in his administration not supporting him, we've got a few more generals today talking about Trump's admiration. And I'm not fucking bullshitting you. I'm not making this up. I don't have Trump derangement syndrome before anybody fucking gets on that. Literally, dude is idolizing Adolf Hitler. Talking about that to his generals, wishing that he had generals more like Hitler's generals, right? The multiple generals working under Trump have said this now, right? And again, like I said, the bar is in fucking hell. This guy is not held to any kind of standard. He's created by a massive curve. If anybody else was like, Hitler's XYZ was kind of cool, like, we should be more like that, their shit would be over. They would be donezo. But because Donald Trump is sleeping on a bed of nails in terms of scandals, there's so many scandals, and there's no way for the media to like concentrate. There's none of them like stand out. They're all horrible. All the things he said, all the things he's done are horrible, right? And so it just kind of all blends together, and he's never held to account for it.
Administration no longer want to support you, so why would I want to support you? If you would answer these.
Omega Star says COVID hit communities of color hard. One of my friends had 2 of her friends die in a week of COVID.
Questions for me, I would really appreciate it and give you the opportunity. There's, your own vice president doesn't want to support you now.
Thank you, Ramiro.
So the people that don't support a very small portion. We have a tremendous, about 97% of the people in the administration support me. But because it's me, somebody doesn't support, they get a little publicity.
I don't know if that's true. Like, look, for most presidents, I'd say, yeah, that's probably true, right? They've got a few detractors, maybe even some disgruntled people from their cabinet, from their administration. So some people who have differences of opinions, right? 97% would be a pretty average rate. That's not Trump's rate. There's an uncanny number of people who worked with Donald Trump who now are raising red flags and blowing the whistle about what it's like to work on the inside, what this guy's actually like to work with, and how dangerous he would be to reelect. I think, I almost feel like, does he have 50% of his, cabinet still approving of him? Because it's one thing to be like in abstract of like, I am a Republican, I have conservative values, Donald Trump is the standard bearer, and while I might not support every single, thing he says or does, I by and large support things like, him putting a conservative Supreme Court into place to take down Roe versus Wade, right? Most Republicans are anti-abortion, so they like that sort of thing, right? That's what you'd expect, but you don't really have it. I'm not sure if this guy has the support of 50% of his administration, administration officials.
The vice president, I disagree with him on what he did. I totally disagreed with him on what he did. Very importantly, you had hundreds of thousands of people.
He means what he didn't do, which was steal the election for him.
come to Washington. They didn't come because of me. They came because of the election. They thought the election was a rigged election, and that's why they came. Some of those people went down.
I'm sorry, I feel like he's gaslighting us here. They didn't come because of me. Wasn't there like some sort of an invitation from Trump? Wasn't there a literal call to action where Trump, an email or something like that? I'll have to look it up.
Capital. I said peacefully and patriotically. Nothing done wrong at all. Nothing done wrong. And action was taken, strong action. Ashley Babbitt was killed. Nobody was killed. There were no guns down there. We didn't have guns. The others had guns, but we didn't have
So
guns.
now, if you've listened to Trump, you know how to decode what he's saying. But to the average person, nobody died there. Ashley Babbitt died there. That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction. I think what he's trying to say is that no police officers passed away at the site, right? One of them passed away a day later after being beaten. Some of them, unalived themselves later, from the trauma of that day. But that's what he's trying to say. That's at least I think. See, I gotta have my Trump decoder ring ready to decode his word salad, because if you actually take him, like if you try to follow him word by word, it does not make sense.
When I say we, these are people that walked down. This was a tiny percentage of the overall, which nobody sees and nobody shows. But that was a day of love from the standpoint of the millions. It's like hundreds of thousands.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that reaction. That was a day of love. Do you know how deep you have to have MAGA down your throat in order to be like, oh, yes, that was a day of love. Yes, clearly, right? Do you know what percentage of the population fucking believes that? I'm not sure even, like, I'm sure even a lot of MAGA doesn't believe that.
Could have been the largest group I've ever.
It was a day of love. The largest group, I'm waiting for him to say it was bigger than Martin Luther King's speech.
Spoken before.
Because he has said, he's literally said that. He literally flexed his Jan 6 crowd size on Martin Luther King. Literally said that, that I had a dream speech, supposed to be something special. Yeah, I had more people. I had more people at January 6th. What now, Martin Luther King? What now? Fucking mogged, MLK. Fucking mogged.
Asked me to speak. I went and I spoke, and I used the term peacefully and patriotically. If you look at the Democrats, what they say, you look at Maxine Waters and you look at Hillary.
All right, let's get a little reality in here.
And they don't put that on. They only put Republicans on, but they couldn't get me because.
All right, we'll come back to this in just a second. Let's have a little reality here. Donald Trump's will be wild tweet drew rioters to the Capitol on Jan 6. He said that they didn't come because of me. Well, let's roll it back. What exactly?
People come to Washington. They didn't come because of me. They came because of the election. They thought
They came because of the election. Okay. Donald J. Trump. Peter Navarro released a 36-page report alleging election fraud, more than sufficient to swing the victory for Trump. That guy went to jail, right? Peter Navarro. A great report by Peter. Statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest. All right. So, claim by Donald Trump. They didn't come to DC for me. They came because of the election. Fact, Donald Trump tweets out, big protest in DC on January 6th. Be there. Will be wild. What do you think he meant by that? What do you think he meant by that? Like, what else could he possibly have meant by that? Shortly after the 6-hour Oval Office meeting described by the White House as unhinged, Donald Trump sent a tweet that would galvanize his followers, unleash a political firestorm, and change the course of history of our history as a country, said Jamie Raskin. Statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election, Trump tweeted, even after he had heard from many of his top political and legal advisors that he had, in fact, lost. Big protest on January 6th, he wrote, referring to the day that Congress set to formally certify Joe Biden's victory in the Electoral College. Be there, will be wild. Will be wild. I wonder what he meant by that.
Indeed, many of Trump's followers took to social media to declare that they were ready to answer Trump's call. One user asked, "Is the 6th D-Day? Is that why Trump wants everyone there?"
Because it was so peaceful up
Another
here,
asserted,
but now there are freaking
"Trump
communists
just told us all to
invading
come
radicals."
armed. Fucking A, this is happening.
So whatever he thinks he said,
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
this is how it was received. Right now, he didn't literally say, come armed, right? But he said, you know, be there, will be wild. And this is how his supporters interpreted it.
A third took it even further. It will be wild means we need volunteers for the firing squad. Jim Watkins, the owner of 8kun, the fringe online forum that was birthplace of the QAnon extremist movement, confirmed the importance of Trump's tweet.
Why did you first decide to go to D.C. for January 6th?
When the President of the United States announced that he was going to have a rally, then I bought a ticket and went.
Watkins was at the Capitol on January 6th. Some who have since been
Anyway, I just wanted to fact check, because this guy doesn't get fact checked nearly enough. But there you go in real time, right? There's his claim. Again, let's listen to what his answer.
The people in the administration support me, but because it's me, somebody doesn't support, they get.
So these questions from me, I would really appreciate it and give you the opportunity. There's, you know, you don't.
7% of the people in the administration.
No.
Thank you, Ramiro.
So the people that don't support are very small.
Appreciate it and give you the opportunity to you. Happened during January 6th. Your presidency
is more.
Wait, where is this again? I'm sorry, I lost my place.
Don't these questions from me. I would.
Very small portion. We have a tremendous, about 97% of the people in the administration support me. But because it's me, somebody.
Where'd you pull that statistic, Donald Trump? And why does it smell like ass?
He doesn't support, they get a little publicity. The vice president, I disagree with him on what he did. I totally disagreed with him on what he did. Very importantly, you had hundreds of thousands of people come to Washington. They didn't come because of me. They came because of the election. They thought the election was
They didn't come because of me. And compare that to Donald Trump's tweet. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. This guy just straight up lies, and he does it all the time. And the reason that this might not be as impactful is because you've probably seen it before. And if you're right-wing, you have somehow just, justified it. Like, oh no, but he's lying in service of a greater truth. It's a directional truth, right? Bullshit. He's conning you. Because he's a con man. And that's what he's done his whole fucking life.
a rigged election, and that's why they came. Some of those people went down to the Capitol. I said, peacefully and patriotically, nothing done wrong at all, nothing done wrong.
Will be wild, nothing done wrong.
And action was taken, strong action. Ashley Babbitt was killed. Nobody was killed. There were no guns.
Did you see that woman? Like, what? See, like, this is the thing. Normal people, I mean, like, Trump sycophants, like, they decode that. Oh, yeah, that's what he means. Like, he means that no cops were killed, but Ashley Babbitt was killed, right? But for a normal person like her, she, look at this reaction here.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
By the way, thank you for following me from Shorts Chat. I want you to know that we're about to cross the threshold of 10,000 subs. And so if you sub to me in the near future, like in the next minute or so, you might be number 10,000. I don't know. I think that's kind of cool. Let's just watch her reaction again.
Was killed. There were no guns.
Yeah.
Down there.
No, that doesn't make sense, right?
Done wrong.
What he said did not make sense.
And action was taken, strong action. Ashley Babbitt was killed. Nobody was killed.
Excuse me? Excuse me, she says?
There were no guns down there. We didn't have guns.
There were guns?
The others had guns.
There's a reason that he told the Secret Service not to put his supporters through the magnometer. Because he knew those fuckers were armed. And he wanted them armed.
Guns, but we didn't have guns. And what I said.
And he wanted to go down to the fucking Capitol. What do you think would have happened if Donald Trump had gotten his way and been able to go down to the Capitol along with his supporters. What do you think that outcome would have been? What do you think he had in mind? Right? The Secret Service stopped him from doing it. They said, we cannot protect you down there, sir.
Say we, these are
And he said, these are my people. I don't need protection from them.
people that walked down. This was a tiny percentage of the overall, which nobody sees and nobody shows. But that was a day of love from the standpoint of.
Again, look at these reactions. Look at how normal people react to January 6th being described as a day of love.
Millions, it's like hundreds of thousands. It could have been the largest group I've ever spoken before. They asked me to speak. I went.
They asked you to speak. You made a tweet asking them to come. This guy is just straight up lying. And he's doing it boldly because he gets away with lying. He's gotten away with lying for his whole fucking life, right? He's acclimated to lying and not having any fucking consequences because the rich in our country rarely have any consequences.
And I spoke, and I used the term peacefully and patriotically. If you look at the Democrats, what they say, you look at Maxine Waters, and you look at Hillary Clinton, and you look at what they say, and they don't put that on. They only put Republicans on. But they couldn't get me because of the fact that I said everything's got to be.
They couldn't get me sounds like the words of a criminal. They couldn't get me on the charges. I beat the rap. This sounds like the words of the criminal, and it is. But it's not just any criminal. It's the whitest of white-collar criminal. It's the softest of softest hands criminal. It is a criminal that has never had to, scrap to enforce his will on people.
Peaceful and
he's been allowed to take shit from people by virtue of his wealth and his status in society. Donald Trump is the greatest living argument against capitalism that I have ever seen. Just him, the man in himself.
Patriotic. And we'll see how it all works out. But I think that we're right now in another election. All I want is honest elections. I'm willing to take any chance. I want honest elections.
Omega Star, thank you for the 200 bits. 10K subs. Yeah, we're really close to that. Thank you for the donation.
I love the figures that he throws around about how many people are supporting him. Well, actually, it's like 97%. It's like 427% of my cabinet is still supporting me. Look, when the people...
Look, I'm sorry, you're giving him a Jersey accent that would make him much cooler. If he actually had that accent, he'd be cooler.
Who knew him the best.
He does not, in fact, have a Jersey accent. The man's from New York.
We're not talking about low-level staffers who had an office, 55 doors away in the old executive office building adjacent to the White House. We're not talking about those people, the MAGA people who are just championing
we got it?
for a chance.
Are we there?
To be in another administration.
Are we 10K?
We're talking about people who worked with Donald Trump, who had meetings with almost daily in the Oval Office with the President of the United States. We're talking about Donald Trump's former 4-star Marine Corps General John Kelly, Chief of Staff.
We are.
Before that, the Secretary of Homeland.
We're 10K.
Him. He says Donald Trump not fit to be in office. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, again, 4-star general, served for decades. Selfless.
So yeah, and I heard people say when the first one of these generals, spoke out, I heard people say, well, that's hearsay. That's just one 4-star general that said he admired Hitler, that said he made fun of, American troops that had died, right? It's hearsay. It's a rumor, right? Now there's two. I'm not a big fan of the military-industrial complex. I'm not a big fan of generals. Davy Star, thank you for the super chat. Davy Star says congratulations. Yes, we did it. Hey, congratulations to you, chat. We did it together. That's amazing. We're at 5 digits now. I don't know. It might not sound like much if you're used to watching channels that have hundreds of thousands or millions of subs, but it's a lot for us. It means a lot.
Sacrificing for his country as an army soldier. He says Donald Trump fascist to his core. And that is separate and apart from the fact that several of his secretaries of state, his own vice president doesn't want him in office again, knows he's a danger, a clear and present danger. And that, above and beyond, is separate and apart from the fact that we witnessed what took place at the insurrection. We watched Donald Trump dispatched an armed, frothing, violent mob hell-bent to overthrow the United States government, to reinsert Donald Trump extra democratically. I saw a comment the other day, or maybe it was in an email. Someone says, well, you should stop saying extra democratically because people are going to think it means like extra. It's democratic, but it's extra.
It's very, very democratic. The most democratic of all times.
Extra democratic. I think my audience is smart enough to know what extra constitutional is, what extra democratic.
Hey, since he's such a fan of the Fuhrer, let's call it uber democratically. How about that? Does that one fit? Hey, if the jackboot fits, right? If the brown shirt fits.
It's outside of the framework of democracy, of the Constitution, of the justice system. And that is exactly what Donald Trump did. Bananas. The second thing I want to show you is a question from a farmer who's asking a very pointed, very, very logical question that needs an answer given, which is if, here's the, you're going to see him speak it in Spanish and then it's interpreted. But ultimately, this is the question. If you deport these people, who would do that job and what price would we pay for food? He's talking about...
That's a good question.
Seasonal agricultural workers.
So look, when Trump talks about immigration, he talks about Hannibal Lecter, right? He talks about prisons being emptied out and these people being encouraged to come into the U.S. He talks about crime. He talks about gangs. He talks about drugs. He doesn't talk about food, right? Which, if you're an undocumented person in the United States and you've come here to earn money to send back to your home because shit's kind of fucked up there and you can't earn money there, a lot of times the job you take is an agricultural job. A lot of times the job that you take is a job harvesting food. Food for who? Food for you. Food for me. The food that Americans eat is to a large degree harvested by undocumented workers. Now, there's a lot wrong with that in that, there should be a pathway to citizenship for these people, right? There's obviously a need for agricultural workers. There's obviously a need, let's go, say you don't like vegetables. So say you're on the paleo diet. You like meat? You like meat? Okay, well, thank an undocumented person too, because most likely, your meat has been processed by somebody that is not documented and who is underpaid, and kind of like slips through the cracks of regulation to the point where they're not necessarily sometimes their pay is stolen from them. Sometimes they are, they're promises that are made to them by their employers are not kept. And if they complain, who are they going to complain to? They try to start a union. Their boss will call immigration on them, right? So they're in a very vulnerable situation. They're massively exploited, but they are feeding America. And that's what we never talk about when immigration comes up. We talk about bullshit like Hannibal fucking Lecter. Wait, Hannibal Lecter? Is that his name? I was like Hannibal Lecter. I think it's Lecter, Chad. It's a little bit before my time, but I
migrant workers doing work that is inarguably.
I think Hannibal Lecter was in Ghostbusters. Hannibal Lecter is who I mean.
Literal back-breaking work that Americans largely, there isn't a population sufficient in this country that's willing to do that work. Those people don't get paid enough as it is. That's a problem in and of itself. We're not going to address that today. But if Donald Trump does this...
It's sad. We're not going to address that today. We're not going to address that any day. So, I mean, look, I'm critical.
Because it was so peaceful up here.
I mean, as you can tell,
There are freaking
of MAGA. I'm critical of conservatives, but I'm also critical of liberals. And here's a problem with liberals. You will get this issue brought up and acknowledged when it is in service of defeating Donald Trump. And look, I don't want Donald Trump to be elected either, right? So kind of understand that. I just wish that some of these people would have more care and compassion. I mean, look at what's happened with the issue of immigration. Immigration as an issue has shown the utter depravity of both parties. It's shown the depravity of the Democratic Party in the sense that the Democratic Party used to stand for a pathway to citizenship. It used to stand for DACA, right? And when it became convenient or inconvenient to uphold those beliefs, the Democratic Party caved into Donald Trump. What do I mean by that? I mean, there was a bill in the House sponsored by Republicans that they were trying to pass in order to get it shot down by the Senate or vetoed by the president. What does that do? That means that the Republicans can say, we want to get tough on immigration. The Democrats won't let us. Vote for us. Vote the Democrats out. Vote us in, right? You know, it's an issue. It's an election issue, right? And Trump was behind it. He was like, yeah, go ahead and do that. Pass that bill. Come on, Joe. Why won't you sign it? Joe Biden caves in to Donald Trump and says, I will sign it, Jack. I'll sign the file. Here's my pen right here. Send me that bill. I will sign it. I will get it through the Senate for you, right? The Democratic Senate. I will make sure that the Democrats vote yes on that. As soon as he does that, Donald Trump gets on the phone to Republican Congress people and says, kill that bill. You know that bill that I was telling you to pass before? I want it dead. I want it dead. And he got it dead. He got that bill killed because he didn't want the policy that he was advocating. So do you get what I'm saying? Democrats are scumbags for caving in on that issue, for not supporting, important parts of their constituency that are against that kind of shit. Republicans are scumbags for saying that this is the policy that they want, and then when it's served up to them on a silver platter, they say no, because that might help Joe Biden out in the election. They don't care about policy. They clearly care about politics. This is what's wrong with our country. And I'm indicting both parties in this.
This mass deportation thing, it's only going to harm the people he's claiming to want to protect out of some vision of an ethno-state, of racism, of white supremacy. That's what it's driven by, and it will not just drive white supremacy, it'll drive up the price of groceries. Watch this.
He trabajado toda mi vida con estas manos, agachado por horas, piscando fresa, cortando brócoli.
Oh my God, amazing point, Davy Cliff. I think they would have an easier time winning elections if they were genuine with their beliefs. You can win and be right. Yeah. They keep on, the Democrats tend to portray, that there's a policy that is moral, that there's a policy that we want, and then there's the policy that's pragmatic. And right, that would be if you really pin down the Biden administration or the Harris campaign on that issue, right? And you were like, really, what's with this? Because you didn't support this before. This is what they tell you. It's more important for us to win so we can help more people. But in doing so, you're giving up, what you know is right.
Good evening, President Trump. For many years, I have worked with these hands, hunched over, picking strawberries and cutting broccoli.
Este duro trabajo es realizado en su mayoría por gente indocumentada.
This tough job is mainly done by undocumented people.
That is realness versus fakeness in this side by side. Right? Somebody who has done a tough job for probably little pay that literally puts food in the bellies of Americans, that allows us to eat. And on the right side, we see a man who acts very tough but has very soft hands because he's never done a single thing in his life. He is part of the parasitic capitalist class that exploits people like the man on the left.
Si usted deporta a esta gente, ¿quién haría ese trabajo y qué precio pagaríamos por la comida?
If you deport these people, who would do that job, and what price would we pay for food?
Good question. How is he going to answer this one? Some of you may know how he's going to answer this one.
Please. Finished, yes?
Yes.
So the problem we have is we had people coming in under my administration, and they were coming in legally. They were coming in through a system that we had, which was great, because I'm the best thing that ever happened to farmers. You know that. I was great. You know, farmers are doing very badly right now, very, very badly under this administration.
We're going to change the subject. We're going to dodge. We're going to weave. We're going to weasel. We're going to do the weasel. We're going to do the weave.
Under my administration, farmers did very well. We have to have a lot of people come into our country. We just want them to come in legally through a system, because they've released hundreds of thousands of people that are murderers, drug dealers, terrorists. They're coming in totally, nobody knows who they are, where they come from. And the people that are most against it are the Hispanic people. They are totally against it, what's happened.
Sir, you are talking to Hispanic people, and you are talking to a person who has asked you a very important question. If they're not allowed in, right, and understand that it is undocumented people that are doing this job, because people with documentation do not do this job. People that do not have to work as a farm laborer do not do the job of farm labor. He has asked you the question, if it is not undocumented people, everyone's deported that does not have their papers in fucking order, who will pick the strawberries? Who will cut the broccoli? He can't answer. He can't answer that.
The other thing I can say is that a lot of the jobs that you have and that other people have are being taken by these people that are coming in. And the African-American population and the Hispanic population in particular are losing jobs now because millions of people are coming in. So they're coming in, but they're also coming in largely and tremendous numbers.
Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the super chat. I don't know why it's not working to the shorts chat. For some reason, it's not it's not, the stream alerts aren't going off. But thank you for the very generous super sticker.
Numbers coming in out of mental institutions. They're emptying out mental institutions.
Hannibal Lecter, yes, we know. We know. It's Hannibal Lecter.
They're emptying out insane asylums. That's a step above a mental institution. Worse, bigger problems, bigger problem people. They're emptying out jails. Their jails are being let into our country from Venezuela, but not just South America. From all over the world, they're being let in. From jails, from nobody's ever seen anything like it. The jail population throughout the world has come way down, and it's all coming into the United States of America. So we want workers, and we want them to come in, but they have to come in legally. They have to love our country. They have to love you, love our people.
AOC.
The problem with this administration is they've totally lost control. It's the worst president and the worst vice president that we've ever had in this country. What they have done to our country in terms of hurting it. Our farmers, by the way, are dying. They haven't had anything so bad in 25 years.
He doesn't understand who's doing the work, right? When he says farmers, he's probably thinking of commercial farmers. He's probably thinking of fairly wealthy people, right? He's thinking about people, you know, who own the means of production, not the people actually doing the work that this man just described, not the people picking the strawberries, not the people cutting the broccoli.
4 years ago, our farmers, including you, were making a lot of money. They were doing great. Now they're absolutely dying. We're going to turn it around. But we want people to come in, but we don't want murderers. So it was just announced that but last month by the Border Patrol.
He wants people to come in. They are talking about revoking people's legal status. Far from that. Far from that. He does not. So wanting people to come in would mean we want to establish a pathway to citizenship. That was the first bill that Biden and Harris tried to pass. That bill was blocked by a Republican Congress.
That under Biden and Harris, they allowed 13,099 convicted murderers, people in jail.
So yeah, change the subject. Hannibal Lecter, right? We're going to talk about Hannibal Lecter. We're going to talk about asylums. We're going to talk about prisons. We're going to talk about anything but the very basic material question that this guy posed. If you want to feed America that is currently being fed by undocumented laborers, and you are going to deport all of these people as you have promised to do, sir, how will you eat? Who will cut your broccoli? Who will pick your strawberries? How is your fucking nation going to work if you're not like, I want to hear your bullshit rationale. I want to hear about Hannibal Lecter and how he's coming to your country and how he'd like to have you and you and you for dinner, right? Not that. No, I want to talk about something real, and he can't fucking do it.
To come into our country. They released them from jail into our population. And nobody wants that. And that doesn't include the terrorists and all of the others, the gang members.
I would love this guy to get a follow-up, but I doubt he will.
MS-13 gang members and other gang members. We have to have people that are great people come into our country, but we do want them in, and I want them in even more than you do. And we're going to make it so that people can come into our country legally. Thank you. Good question. Thank you.
Ugh, get a load of this jerk off. And I want them in even more than you do. He doesn't know this guy. He doesn't know what this guy wants. He doesn't know the level.
He didn't listen to the question.
Of what his desires are. Yet he already knows, I want these people in more than you do. Fantastic way to win the vote, Donald Trump. You just challenge people and put them down.
Yeah, Jay Collins, the facial expressions are priceless. Yeah, I agree.
This segment of the labor force, that it's going to be a decimator for our economy, for prices in the grocery store. The same thing that MAGA world claims to want to talk about constantly. They claim to care about. They claim to be impacted by so much is inflation in the grocery aisles. Yet this is a surefire recipe for disaster related to that item, but it doesn't matter because what's the most important thing to them is vile racism and white supremacy.
So again, this guy's a lib. He's got the story, and I'm thankful for that, right? Because I was worried. I didn't want to just show you the town hall itself because I don't know which media outlets copyright claim or not. So I'm thankful to have this video, but I just want to illustrate, in case anybody's missing it. Right, we throw around these words, liberal, right, leftist, and sometimes interchangeably. You know, you're on the left, you're a leftist, you're a liberal, you're a progressive, you're right. It's not the same thing. There's a difference between a liberal and a leftist, and liberals ignore questions of material conditions, the base of our society, how we feed ourselves, how we produce goods. The mode of production is neglected by the liberal side of the political spectrum. Because our discourse has been artificially moved to the right, and leftists were considered enemies of the state. Because the United States had a conflict with the Soviet Union post World War II. The two nations that fucked up the Nazis, right, went into a Cold War. And so anybody who was talking about material conditions, if you're talking about material conditions, if you're talking about base and superstructure, if you're talking about the mode of production, you're a goddamn dirty commie, and we can't have that. So this shit, this liberal shit, replaced the left. And our nation and our people have been worse for that.
Now, I was watching TikTok the other day, yesterday, and Jamel Bowie, who's a New York Times columnist and really has an amazing TikTok account. He is not a trained or educated historian, I don't believe, but has a masterful understanding of the history of the country and the sources and the causes of problems. And this is what he had to say when faced with the similar question about this issue.
I am in a hotel room, an inn actually, in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. That explains my surroundings. Also explains why I'm always dressed like this, whatever. Anyway, why are you more worried about mass deportation than Americans having groceries and a lower cost of living? Americans first, period. Well, first of all, I don't think you want to live in the kind of United States where there are people going house to house, rounding up people to throw into camps and deporting them. I think that's a bad United States for anyone, regardless of whether you're a citizen or not. But secondarily, mass deportation will drive up the price of groceries and lower the standard of living. If you want cheaper groceries and a higher standard of living, then deporting like a third of the agricultural workforce is not the way to do it.
And realistically speaking, we've got to eat somehow, right? What is going to happen? What is going to happen if you deport the workforce, for agricultural jobs like that? Are you going to do that work? Are you going to get down on your knees and cut the broccoli? Are you going to bend over and pick the strawberries all day? Who's going to do that? Who is going to do that?
If you don't care about human rights, if you don't care about basic decency, and you care about your pocketbook and your pocketbook alone, first I would say that's sociopathic. But if that's where you are, then deporting a bunch of people is going to make you worse off. It just is.
So look, it's not just me. It's not just idiots who run their mouth on YouTube like me in MySpace. It's actual educated people. It's people who are versed in the economy, in the mechanisms by which our pricing comes. That there are market forces outside of just Donald Trump dictating what the price of an orange is. He doesn't control that. He does have an influence on that through mass deportation. If people need to pick the broccoli to get it to the grocery stores, to get it to your table, and there's no one there to do it because Americans don't want to do that job, what do you think is going to happen to the prices of the groceries? What do you think is going to happen to the farmer's bottom?
It's just the thing is that all Trump can do is complain about grocery prices because he wants to get elected. But when you ask him, what's your plan for dealing with that? He'll say something about drilling. Right? The United States right now, if you don't know, is a net exporter of energy. It's producing more energy than any other country in the fucking world. And yet he claims that the answer to our grocery prices being too high is that we need to drill, baby, drill. He's full of shit. He can't answer a question. He can't even stay on topic, right? Because it doesn't work for him. And he doesn't have an answer. Now, Kamala, for, all my criticism of her, and one of those criticisms is that she's not specific enough about her plan to deal with grocery prices, does at least talk about taking on price gouging, which will actually help the prices come down. There's a lot more to be, like her answer leaves something to be desired, but at least it's an answer. At least she's responding to the question. This guy can't do it because he doesn't have anything. He doesn't do anything except for bitch, 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 bitch. And then bullshit you, gaslight you into thinking that he's got some way of just making magic wand everything better.
Bottom lines.
Doesn't work like that.
What happened to those crops that sit there and rot? Nobody buys. what's going to happen to the American economy at the direction of Donald Trump? It is self-evident. Anyway, I invite you to this conversation. I'd love to know what you think. You can.
I'm sorry, Michael Wilbert. She's got no plan? She's got no plan? He's got no answer. He can't answer the question because he's lying to you and he's conning you. Everything he's ever touched has turned to shit. He was never a successful businessman. He was never a successful real estate mogul. He's a successful con man. You know why, Michael? Because suckers like you are born every fucking minute. There's another mark for him to lie to and exploit. And apparently he's really good at what he does.
But now there are freaking communists invading radical.
Apparently people like you are 100% his bitch, right? And you want to know why the country's fucked up? Because shitheads like you got conned into voting for him in 2016. Really ask yourself, right? When did things go awry? When did things go awry? And I think if you're honest with yourself, you will pinpoint that time to his administration.
Below, you can also call, leave me a voicemail, 714-576-4054. And of course, as always, you can email me daily@dollemore.com. Follow me on social media. If you're there, do not sign up to do that. That's a miserable time.
Okay, anyway, we're done with that. We're done with that. So, I don't know. I thought about maybe, I do have one more piece of content I kind of want to watch. I'm not sure. We got a lot of anti-Kasparian stuff to deal with. Let's see if we can get through this really quick.
Sometimes I think the Trump campaign forgets that their candidate is Donald Trump, because today Fox and Friends aired a segment of Donald Trump making a campaign stop at a barber shop in New York City, and traditionally this would be great for any candidate to sit down and have a Q&A and maybe a non-traditional campaign setting, and the candidate would be able to talk about the issues that matter most to them and talk to voters. But for Donald Trump, those things never really happen. As we always know, whenever he opens his mouth, it is bound to backfire. And it's the reason why the campaign has been keeping him out of these types of events, keeping him from doing interviews, not allowing him to debate Kamala Harris, although I think that third one is more his fear and cowardice than anything. But you would expect someone to be able to, you know, have a conversation with voters and act like a normal person, as long as that person isn't Donald Trump. And so today's
look, I would respond to the question in the Twitch chat, but I'm low-key kind of sussed out by Dave Lorda's Wine implying that Jewish people aren't white. Right? That's what your comment says to me. You say you're not a fan of Trump, but I don't know. Are you a fan of Slippery Nick?
Event backfired incredibly quickly, not only because Donald
Do we have griped up sweaties in my Twitch chat? Is that what we're dealing with?
Trump humiliated himself to the Fox audience, but because those guys in the barbershop were pretty concerned and confused about a lot of answers that Donald Trump gave. And one specific example that we will see, you can see the guy just being like, what is wrong with this dude? And kind of realizing how dumb.
He's not a businessman. He's an actor. I don't think he's even an actor. Right? Like, Ronald Reagan was an actor. Donald Trump is I mean, what do you call somebody that goes on a reality show? It's not exactly an actor. I would say he's in the right place at the right time when you're talking about The Apprentice, which is indeed the only successful venture he ever had. Not in actually being a businessman, not in actually making deals, but in representing himself as the archetype of the deal.
Donald Trump is, and we're going to get into all of that. But before we do, if I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if you enjoy our channel, to hit that subscribe.
All right, come on, we got to
really
speed this up. Speed this up.
Back from Washington, where you have people that don't care about New York, frankly. You know, in Washington, I don't know if you ever noticed this, you got Department of Education, Department of Education. You got half the buildings are Department of Education. I never saw. You don't need any of them. You know,
yeah, good point, Davy.
One person and a secretary. to just make sure they're teaching English, okay? Give it a little English, okay? I say reading, writing, and arithmetic. No transgender, no operations. You know, they take your kid. There are some places, your boy leaves the school, comes back, a girl, okay? Without parental consent.
Not much of a reaction out of this questioner.
What is that all about? That's like, that's...
I wonder what he's thinking, right? Because, I mean, some people, even right-wingers, realize that that's not true. What he's saying is that schools are doing surgery, like you know, gender reassignment surgery on students, and it almost sounds like, if you listen to what he's saying, like, you know, without you know, just spontaneously, oh yes, this child needs to be a girl now, this child needs to be a boy now. That's obviously not true to anybody with their brain intact, right? That's bullshit.
When they talk about a threat to democracy, they're a threat. Could you imagine, without parental consent? At first, when I was told that was...
Without parental consent? They don't let your kid go to the planetarium without parental consent. What are you talking about, Trump? There's a permission slip for that.
You know, it's an exaggeration. No, it happens. It happens. There are areas where it happens. We're not going to let it happen.
So like I said, this would be an easy answer to any other candidate. Asked about how he's going to help schools in the Bronx, Donald Trump, if he wasn't Donald Trump, could say, we got to make sure we're investing more so every student has the opportunity that they just... No, but he pivots right into fear-mongering about transgender surgeries and saying that your son comes back a daughter or your daughter comes back a son and you don't even know it. And you can see the guy's face.
Oh boy,
he just, like,
we got
doesn't
more
react.
Trump.
Maybe he's listening, or maybe he's just concerned that this guy could possibly be the president of the United States again. This guy with this cognitive state, he's just so confused, so angry, so aggrieved all the time, and always making such a fool of himself because he was asked some pretty serious questions. Of course, he's unwilling to do that in an interview.
I'm kind of interested. Is there more? Oh yeah, we have a little bit more.
Everything. He wants to do things in the environment, and he endorsed...
Oh, he's talking about RFK.
The first time a Kennedy's ever endorsed a Republican.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, let me rewind it. This guy's asking about food, and you know, there is a very real phenomenon called food deserts in the United States. Certain areas, which, you know, tend to correlate with areas where minority groups live, are without sufficient grocery stores, right? Grocery store meaning a place where you can buy fruits and vegetables and, you know, healthy stuff, the stuff that's on the outside of the grocery store, right? And other areas of the United States are serviced by corner shops that have a lot of shelf-stable and prefabricated, prepackaged foods, right? Which are obviously going to be, you know, in aggregate, less healthy, right? So that's a real thing. That's a real phenomenon. That's something that should be looked into and dealt with. What does this guy say?
In our urban communities that have less access to...
There we go. So yeah, no, he's like, that's a real thing.
Real issues, and his answers were always anything but real.
Sorry, we gotta...
ridiculous, as we can see right here.
Is the plan to do about the food healthcare industry and getting the artificial...
These are the food healthcare industry.
Foods banned in our urban community.
Now, if you look up food healthcare industry, you're gonna get some conspiracy theories. Right? There's some people that take what I just explained to you, the difficulty in getting healthy food, and you know, extrapolate that this is a way of the medical industry making more money. It seems to me like it's just like capitalism doesn't give a fuck about you, right? Capitalism is there to make money, and if having a grocery store in your neighborhood doesn't make money, they're not going to have a grocery store in your neighborhood, and you're going to be stuck going to the corner store, you know, to get your groceries. Right, but you know, I mean, I on one hand, I don't blame people for looking for an underlying reason, and
communities that have less access to organic whole foods.
Organic whole foods. So yeah, I mean, look, I don't think you have to eat organic to be healthy. Probably like less pesticides is better for you than most pesticides, but also a lot of people can't afford to eat, you know, to buy organic. And I always say that if your choice is between buying, you know, conventional vegetables and buying no vegetables at all, you're probably better off with those conventional vegetables, right? But that being said, there's a real point. Like, we're not just talking about not able to get organic food. We're talking about not, you know, he said whole foods. We're talking about not being able to get vegetables. We're talking about, you know, not being able to get, you know, real food rather than prepackaged shit.
So, Bobby Kennedy, right? Everybody likes Bobby, and he's so big into the health food and women things, everything.
He's so big into women things. Yeah, ask Olivia Nuzzi about that.
Wants to do things in the environment, and he endorsed me. The first time a Kennedy's ever endorsed a Republican. Maybe it's going to be the last, but I doubt it.
Actually, I'm sorry. He's full of shit. He's full of shit. Like, I don't know what you mean by that, but there have definitely been Kennedys to endorse Republicans. I think there's Kennedys that run as Republicans, right?
He's so perfect. He doesn't like artificial foods, and he doesn't like pesticides and all the stuff they put on them.
So all he's got is, I got this guy Bobby Kennedy for you. Like, I don't really know about this stuff. I don't really care about this stuff. But this guy has kissed my ass. And so I'm going to bullshit you into thinking that I got that covered.
And if you listen to him for 10 minutes, I mean, he says other countries that don't do anything are healthier than us, okay? We're not that healthy, to put it mildly. So no artificial foods. We don't want artificial. We have plenty of food. The food isn't our problem. And our farmers are great. And our farmers aren't allowed to do their job. You know, our farmers did great. 4 years ago, they were doing just about the best they've ever done. They're not doing well at all now. We're not going to have artificial foods. We don't want artificial foods. We want healthy foods. And a lot of things are going to be going. And I'll tell you, I'm going to have Bobby Kennedy involved in it. He's a great guy. And even the way when I mentioned his name, all you guys, and you're tough cookies. You know, you wouldn't think, sometimes you'd say, maybe you wouldn't like.
What does Trump mean by tough cookies? What do you think Trump means by that?
Like a guy like Bobby. But he's a person that talks more about food and health than anything else. So I think that's cool. So
yeah, I mean, like,
we'll get it taken care of. You'll be healthier in 4 years from now than you are now, and you look very healthy to me, by the way.
All right, brother.
Thank you. Go ahead.
What do you have?
Whenever Donald Trump brings up RFK Jr. and their potential partnership, it's like when he brings up Elon Musk. It's not something that encourages me about the possibility of a Trump presidency. All
right, and one more thing. Let's take a look at Tim Walz. So yeah, there's Donald Trump's barber shop visit. I'm sorry we can't watch more of it. There might be more good stuff. I'll try to take a look at it. But we got to cover multiple things. So we got to be moving on here. We got Tim Walz dunks on Elon Musk and Trump. All right, let's see what this is about.
And I'm going to talk about his running mate. His running mate, Elon Musk.
Oh my God! Sorry, he got me. He got me. I thought he set me up to think about Vance.
Seriously.
Like the truth behind the joke, right? Though, is that Elon Musk and JD Vance are both attached to a guy named Peter Thiel, right? They're both kind of, yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. Elon Musk is bad in his own right, but there is a connection, right? And that connection is venture capital, right? As symbolized by Peter Thiel.
Seriously. Where is Senator Vance after he got asked the simplest question in the world at the debate? Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? And after 2 weeks, he finally said, no, he didn't. That's where he's been spending his time.
But you know that was what he was saying anyway, just not in so many words.
So,
when you ask him a question and he responds with a question, and his question is basically questioning the results of the 2020 election, you know what his answer is. He just doesn't want that clip where you ask him, did Donald Trump win the 2020 election? And he says yes. He doesn't want that clip, right? So he's hemming and he's hawing and he's answering a question with a question, but we know what he really means.
Look, Elon's on that stage, jumping around, skipping like a dipshit on these things.
Wow. Wow.
Think about it. Think about that. That guy is literally the richest man in the world, spending millions of dollars to help Donald Trump buy an election.
Okay, so now Tim Walz. I love these words, Grandpa. All right? He's certified unk status here. All right? Certified grandpa status. What I'm wondering though, Tim Walz, is let's say that Kamala and you get elected. You become president in January of 2025. Elon Musk is in charge of an absurd amount of our space program. You don't like him. You don't trust him. You called him a dipshit. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to renationalize this space program? The space program, if you don't know, used to be a project of the United States government. When you see the moon landing, or you hear JFK say we're going to be the first people to put somebody on the moon, right? That was the U.S. government. That was NASA doing it. Now we have SpaceX. What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do to take the things that should be part and province of we the people and put them back in the hands of we the people? Because right now, our space program is controlled. Many of our satellites are controlled by Elon Musk. What are you going to do about the billionaires that have taken over things that are supposed to be part of the government? What are you going to do about that? How are you going to hold him? How are you going to hold this guy accountable?
Now look, they're saying the quiet parts out loud now because Donald Trump has already promised that he would put Elon in charge of government regulations that oversee the businesses.
What about the Democrats that have put Elon in charge of important shit like the space program? That's all I want to hear from Tim Walz, right? That's what you get when you watch my stream. You're gonna get. I mean, like, obviously, I think that voting against Donald Trump is one of the most base things that you could possibly do. I'm not gonna sit here and vote scold you if you're disgusted by the Biden-Harris policy on Israel, Gaza, and you can't bring yourself to vote for, you know, them. Hey, I mean, like, I understand, right? But I do advocate, you know, if especially if you live in a swing state, maybe considering weaponizing your vote to deny Donald Trump another term in office, right? I think that's a based choice that you can make. But at the same time, I don't let the Democrats off the hook on their bullshit. And handing over the space program to jackasses like Elon Musk is part of their bullshit.
That Elon runs. That's a hell of a buy. He could spend billions to make more than 10 billion on the back end. So in other words, Donald Trump, in front of the eyes of the American public, is promising corruption. That's what he's promising you.
I mean, that's true. Like, yeah. As problematic and as disappointing as the Harris-Walz ticket is, as the Biden administration has been, it's still, you know, worlds better than what you'd get from Vance and Trump.
And you know what? I don't believe he keeps many promises, but he'll keep that one. I'll guarantee you he'll keep that one. But here's the good news, Madison. Donald Trump is never going to be president. Elon Musk is never going to run anything.
Knock on wood. Okay.
So,
because those polls could not be tighter. Those polls that we're looking at are 50-50, right? Anybody that's telling you the truth about the election prognostication And we'll take a look at polls again tomorrow, chat. We'll take a look at some polls tomorrow. But yeah, it's looking like 50-50.
And the good news is Kamala Harris is promising a new way forward and ready to deliver. Both of us grew up in middle-class families. We didn't start out with $400 million, and we're not the richest people in the world. For Christ's sakes, they said that I might be the poorest person that's ever run for vice president. Yes. Yes. Kamala actually worked at McDonald's and did that job. And we know that the economy works best when everybody has an opportunity to get ahead and thrive. And here's the beauty of it. She's laid out a plan. 100 million middle-class Americans receiving a tax cut, and up to $6,000 for new parents to get their kids off to a good start. But look, I'm not going to waste all the time I'm in. I'm going to talk about his running mate.
Okay, so we already saw. Wait, is this the same one? Is he just doing a stump speech in different states? I'm curious. It's the same. No. It's this exact same video. Anyway, Tim Walz, vice presidential candidate, and the best choice that Kamala has made so far. It's too bad that she kind of, she's just leaned to the right ever since. The last really good political instinct Kamala Harris showed was choosing Tim Walz over some of the other options. But anyway, chat, we are gonna what is the word for it? We're gonna merge the streams together. So if you're watching me on Shorts right now, I'm about to end the stream on Shorts. Make sure to hit that like button. It helps me out a lot. And if you want to stay with us, right, you can click the I've got it in the pinned tweet. I've got the link to Twitch. You can watch along on Twitch in a full screen way, or you can click the YouTube link, which I'm putting in chat right now. There you go. There's the YouTube link. Right, click either of those and you can join us. You can stay with us because we're not ending the stream. We're just ending the stream on YouTube Shorts. So if you're hung out today, thank you. Glad to have you here. And hope you liked the stream. Oh God, we didn't watch the Arnold Palmer's dick thing. Yeah, that's. I need to chat. There's so many things. But regardless, feel free to join us. Stay with us by clicking that link. But the short stream is going to end. So if you're leaving it there, goodbye and good luck. If you want to come with us, make sure to click that link. It's pinned. You can either click on the Twitch link or you can click on the YouTube link. But the short stream is ending now. I'll see you over on the other side. All right, so there we go, chat. The YouTube channel. Let me see what the latest is, right? 10,043.
Because it was so peaceful.
Yep, 10,044. Oh, I should have said make sure to sub. You know that, right? Sub if you haven't already. If you want to keep track of my content, you can. If you want to even keep track of it harder, you can click that notification bell so that I show up right in your notifications. But yeah, it's important to say that to YouTube Shorts. But yeah, what a weird format. But I gotta hand it to. I'm so glad that YouTube Shorts came around. Chat, we've gained 1,006 subs in the last 28 days. I don't know anybody that whose channel has grown that fast. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful to have 10K. So yeah, we're gonna get into the main part of our stream today. That is the. Oh my gosh, you know what? And apologies, some of you have donated and I didn't even see it happen. I didn't hear it happen. I don't know what's going on, especially in Shorts chat. I don't want to disincentivize that because, wherever you want to donate is cool, but for some reason it's not picking it up. Soul Life, thank you for the membership to that guy. That guy just got weaseled. and that's a good thing. It brings us up to 38, but I'm kind of thinking that it might be higher than that. Let's see, Omega Star, did you tell me which of these topics you wanted to throw your bits at? Yeah, so when you donate, no matter what kind of donation it is, if you're gifting bits on Twitch, if you're getting yourself a sub on Twitch to get out of the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in about 20 minutes or so, happens once every hour, and you can get out of it with a sub if you're getting yourself a sub or gifting subs to other people. If you are signing up for my Patreon or you are donating to my throne, any of those things will allow you to get, you'll have the ability to let me know in the chat which of these topics you support, which of these topics you want to see. Soul Life says, can my sub and super chat go to AOC versus Fetterman? It can indeed. It can indeed. Just like Soul Life just did. Look at that. Look at that. That's how you do it. Thank you for helping me demonstrate that, Soul Life. So sub and super chat is, so that's AOC. Wow, AOC versus Fetterman doing really well tonight. Did you see my 20 went to AOC as well? Yeah, I think that's on there, right? That's where the 20 came from. Please put my membership towards Borg Grandpa. Yes, Snackzina. Yes, indeed. S. Dimmers, are you okay? I'm not sure what you're reacting to, but... I want to make sure everyone's okay in the chat. Okay, so... let me see what I might have... I feel like I missed some. This is a good time to read out the donos, though. Thomas Jerome Newton says, would Trump listen to the Desert Fox? I mean, that's a... Wait, did Rommel betray Hitler, though? Is he the guy that betrayed Hitler? Is he the guy that turned on Hitler? I can't remember. But that, yeah, you're talking about the Desert Fox. That's, what is his name? Ernst Rommel? Got way too many fans for a Nazi military official, right? But yeah, would Trump listen to him? Probably so. Even if he was and ended up not being on his side at the end of the day. Vanguard Supreme says $10 for Jordan Peterson's fashion sense. Yeah, I put that on there. Yeah, I think it translates to around $7 US. But we appreciate your Canadian bucks. Soul Life with the super chat for AOC versus Fetterman. I got you there. Davy Cliff with the $4.99 to congratulate us on 10K. 10K subs on YouTube. That's amazing. We're at 5 digits now. Never thought I'd be saying that. Davy Cliff also with, I think they would have an easier time winning elections if they were genuine with their beliefs, and you can win and be right. True. Thomas Jerome Newton with the $2 super chat. Guy confusing refugee asylum with mental asylum. That's Trump's claim to fame. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So let me just make sure that I've got everything that counted for all the donos and everything. Okay, 20 plus 30, 35, 42. I feel like Sam Cedar trying to be the ultimate math nerd here. 42, 45. And then, yeah, wait, I think we're at 50%. Did I count right? I think we're, yeah, I think I've undercounted again. So I always got to check myself on that. But yeah, if you donated, if you're part of that 50% of the dono goal, and you have an opinion about which of these topics you want to see as our bonus content, remember we've got AOC versus Fetterman in first place in the poll, Korean Granddad who rides a boar in second place with 31%, Jodran Peterson's fashion sense, that's a video essay by CJ the X, in third place with 16%, and Metaphor Refantasio / Fallout New Vegas in fourth place at 14%. And of course, these are modified by the donos. When you donate, you can let me know in chat which of these ones you want, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus adding, adding points to the overall total and helping the content that you want to see win actually win. Left is best. Yeah, bad lefty with the perfect emote right there. And Omega Star with the perfect timing. You know, I really need to fix it up so that both Twitch and... I don't know how to add YouTube Shorts, but I'm pretty sure I know how to add... I could add, Twitch chats on onto these things pretty easily. But yeah, technology is hard for me. The father of modern mechanized warfare, tanks and shit, and combined arms tactics. That's Rommel. Ernest goes to Africa. Ernst goes to Africa, I guess. Ernest goes to Africa. Wasn't that the Ernest movie that had like a weird like racist part in it? 10K subs, and I'm gonna be it's gonna be your birthday in a few hours. Congratulations, happy birthday. Rudolf Hess was the one who flew to Scotland against Hitler's orders. Did Rommel not somehow betray him? Rommel did not betray him. Okay, well I trust Shakespeare on questions of history. Med check. Yeah, that's a good idea. If you have meds that you need to take, vitamins. I take vitamin D. And sometimes I forget. Sometimes I forget. Did that person just randomly call me a twat? I don't understand. Twat were they on about? Twat do I owe this honor? But yeah, we did it, chat. We did it. And even though it wasn't like it wasn't a super successful short stream. Like, I don't know. I guess I have raised expectations now. It looks like we got what would it be like? We got like 60 subs from just that short stream, but that was enough to push us over the line, and we are now a 10K channel. Sunday, watch out. Actually, this is the thing, chat. Now I talked about this before. And I guess I said it in a weird way because some people were like, wait, does she not want to get 10K, or does she not want to celebrate it or whatever? But it seems like people notice you when you cross the threshold, right? People that don't like you, people that don't want you to succeed, they're more likely to start drama, right? But when you're going from like 999 to 1,000, or you're going from 9,999 to 10,000, or when we go from 99,999 to 100,000, which I mean I don't know. I didn't think that we would be hitting. Like I think I talked to Vamps about this, right? And like we sort of agreed, because like after the channel started growing really fast, right? I was thinking if I'm lucky, I'll get 10,000 by December, by the end of the year, right? Ring in the new year with 10,000. Nope, a lot sooner than that. Everyone unsubscribed. You had to keep me safe. To keep me safe out of. We'll just have that many people unsubscribe just to keep me from getting into the attention of the sussy Bacchus. Also, many would argue that Himmler betrayed Hitler because he tried to negotiate with the U.S. against Hitler's orders. Was that like portrayed in the Downfall movie? I watched part of the Downfall, but I couldn't. I thought I was like, all right, I'm just gonna watch till like I find out like how and how Hitler offed himself. But I couldn't stick with it. I tried to watch the Downfall and I did not get through the whole movie. It's just a weird movie. Spots97 says I liked that movie. I mean, it was interesting for sure. I'm not dissing it. Moonshine all around. Yeah, that's right. Wait, do I have my moonshine? Oh my god, chat. My moonshine bottle is empty. It was in now we're on the road to 100,000 subs. That's true, and we'll get there sooner than we think. If I know anything, I've seen one scene from Downfall a lot. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, where he's all like, well, what about these dudes? These dudes over here, certainly these dudes are going to come and they're going to attack the Allies, and then we'll regroup and we're going to, you know, right? He's making plans to like how he's going to counterattack the Allies, and these guys are like, that unit was destroyed. That unit fled, right? That unit disbanded. Those people surrendered already, like, right? And they're trying to like be like, how are we going to explain to Hitler? How are we going to explain to Hitler that he is cooked? He is bro is cooked. We should watch it, yeah. It's a weird movie, but then again, Nazis are really weird. True. Fascists in general are pretty fucking weird. So yeah, like I said, tonight is about TYT. Tonight is about Anna Kasparian. What I've got for you is a set of clips. I'm trying to think of what order to watch these in. Oh my god. What I got for you is a set of clips, as well as the videos that these. Okay, I think I know how to do this. All right, so we're gonna start with something that you might be familiar with, right? Because we watched it last night. And that is the Ben Shapiro. God, I had one more clip about Trump that I wanted to watch, but we're going to have to get to that tomorrow.
I want to ask you.
Right, the UCLA student that asks Shapiro about Gaza, right? We watched this last night. And, you know, just Ben Shapiro's answer to this was like monstrous, right? You know, he was like, I don't feel like I need to excuse Netanyahu for what he's doing in Gaza. I feel like I need to laud him. I need to celebrate him. I need to congratulate him for what he's doing in Gaza. So we watched this last night. There it is. TYT has got a video on this. And what we've got is this. I want to watch this first, right? I want to watch TYT's response to it. I'll ask you if you notice anything here, and then I will show you a response to that on Twitter that got Anna Kasparian's attention. So let's go.
I want to ask you, as an American,
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
How can you continue to condone the actions of the Israeli government, condoned by the U.S. government, in the Gaza Strip, where over 40,000 people have died, including Palestinians and Israelis, and large numbers of children and civilians? How can you continue to condone those actions?
Okay, hold on. I want to correct you. I don't just condone the actions of the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli government. I celebrate and laud them. I'm not morally apathetic about what's happening.
Ben Shapiro spoke at UCLA yesterday and, as you just saw, literally cheered on Israel's genocide in Gaza. And I don't use that word lightly. I say it because I mean it, and I want to show you why I believe that that's what's going on in Gaza. Now, after saying that he lauded the IDF's actions, he then went on to claim that they've taken extensive measures to prevent civilian deaths despite over 42,000 Palestinians that have been killed in the Gaza Strip alone. Take a look.
Hamas could end this war today by surrendering. They've chosen not to surrender. Instead, they spent billions of dollars building terror tunnels below civilian areas. It is not incumbent on the Israeli government to surrender just because terrorists are evil enough to hide behind civilians. The Israeli government has gone through such extraordinary efforts not to kill civilians that it has managed the best civilian to terrorist kill ratio in the history of urban warfare, and it is not close. Israel, with their complete air superiority, certainly would have had the ability to commit full-scale human atrocities had they wanted to. They have complete air superiority. They could have used F-35s and simply turned the place into a parking lot. They did not, in fact, do that. They moved vast scales of population. In fact, believe it or not, there have been more births in the Gaza Strip since the beginning of this war than there have been deaths in the Gaza Strip from the war itself. That is a very poor way to conduct a genocide. Israel is being more meticulous in the conduct of this war than any army in human history, and certainly than the United States Army in its vast role in the history of urban combat. That is uncontested.
I'm going to be generous, and instead of saying there were a lot of lies in that statement, I'm going to say that he is misinformed about what the reality is. Now, just quickly going through the numbers in Gaza, and it is difficult to get updated numbers because so many people have been slaughtered there, including journalists. But the exact death toll numbers to the kill ratios are nearly impossible to figure out at the moment or gauge because of the utter destruction of Gaza's medical system and infrastructure overall. There are also bodies still buried under the rubble, so those individuals haven't even been counted in the death toll. But there's no doubt that Israel has taken out thousands of civilians. The United Nations says most of Gaza's 42,000 people who have been killed are women and children. A September analysis from Oxfam, for instance, found that more women and children have been killed in Gaza by the Israeli military over the past year than the equivalent period of any other conflict over the past 2 decades. Conservative figures show that more than 6,000 women and 11,000 children were killed in Gaza by the Israeli military over the last 12 months. Data from 2004 to 2021 on direct conflict deaths from the Small Arms Survey estimates that the highest number of women killed in a single year was over 2,600 in Iraq in 2016. So, referring to the IDF as the most moral army, as you literally have American doctors coming back from Gaza to report that they kept seeing children as young as 5 with gunshot wounds to their heads, is a bit much. I'll put it that way. Go ahead.
I will not be generous. I will be accurate. He's definitely lying. He's lying on purpose because he thinks killing Palestinians is no big deal. He thinks the 1,200 Israeli lives lost on October 7th are the most precious lives that have ever existed on planet Earth. But the 42,000 people that Israel has slaughtered in Gaza, and we're going to show you some tape in a second of what's actually happening in Gaza so you can see for yourself what a liar Ben Shapiro is. So he
Right, chat. Sorry about that. I had to pee. But what do we notice so far, right? What stands out, right? Because overall, TYT is, critical of Ben Shapiro. They are, on the right side as far as calling a genocide, right? What went on there? What was said that we might have a problem with? Anna met Ben Shapiro, and he's actually nice. She's stuttering. She isn't usually a stutterer. Ben Shapiro's a genocidal propagandist puppet. He doesn't deserve to be yelled at or anything, right? So what's the difference? Like, let me just zoom in on it, right? Or actually, let's zoom in on. I didn't realize I haven't switched to the scene that I usually use for this. Wait, I've got buttons for this now. Yeah, this button. Boom, jellies. You just accept that Ben is in fact, a bad person. I know you can't assume that. But what do we notice about Anna's take versus Jink's take? Business owner that claims that he didn't know something that their position would require them to know. Jink is a big meanie to poor little Ben Shabibo. And Anna just respectfully disagrees. It's like in law, some kinds of ignorance are so egregious that you can be held responsible for not knowing. You can't see into the heart and mind of Shabibo. Maybe he's just misinformed. Yeah, you got it, Sasha. You got it, right? Anna, and she, you could say that there's like a little bit of an understanding that she is acknowledging that she is steelmanning his viewpoint by saying he is not informed of the facts in a way that almost begs the question of, like, is he lying? But she didn't say that, and Jink did, right? That's the gist of it. Good cop, bad cop, says Be Various. Yeah, that's one way to put it. maybe a breaking points kind of thing. I don't know. Do you think that's what they're going for now? The Vanguard talked about this extensively today of what the future of TYT, if there is going to be a future of TYT, is going to be like, and you're going to see why they questioned, or what might make you question the future of TYT in the next clip that I'm going to show you. Anna doesn't want to diss her future employer. Yeah, you don't want to call him a liar. It gives her plausible deniability either way. Yeah.
He's pretending that they have the best civilian to military kill ratio. The exact opposite is true. They have the worst civilian to military kill ratio, worse than the terrorists, worse than any other conflict.
And there's still something like left to be desired from Jink's analysis, right? Flexing your what is it? What is the word they keep on using? Kill
ratio. The exact
military kill ratio.
So
so essentially civilians killed per opponents killed is what we're talking about. I mean, if your excuse for killing civilians or for engaging in a conflict in a way that results in civilians' deaths is that, well, we had a really good ratio. Like, we killed a lot of our opponents for the amount of civilians that we killed. Right? If that's your cope for, like, we killed civilians, that kind of sucks to begin with, right? Where have we gotten to? How have we lost our way to this extent that this is the cope that we're, that Anna and Jink even are like what he says implies that if their ratio was better, then maybe they would be the most moral army. No, you engaged in fucking urban warfare, right?
He's pretending that they have the best civilian to military kill ratio. The exact opposite is true. They have the worst civilian to military kill ratio, worse than the terrorists, worse than any other conflict. They've killed more journalists than any other conflict. Do you know that they've killed more journalists, 128 of them, than any conflict since?
Yeah, I keep on wanting to say kill to death ratio, even though I know that's a term for first-person shooter games, right? That's right. Am I right about that? I don't know. I don't play these games, right? But I've played a little bit of Apex. But kill to death ratio is essentially like how many players did you kill versus the number of times you died, right? That's what I keep on almost hearing when Ben Shapiro says this. But
1992. Why? Because they don't want you to see the videos we're about to show you. Because if you saw how they're butchering the Palestinians, you would not believe the outrageous lies and propaganda by people like Ben Shapiro, who go, we're the most moral army. Who cares if we slaughter Palestinians? 11,000 kids. They're not Israeli kids. They're just Palestinian kids. They think of them as future terrorists and Nazis.
Stop saying kill to death ratio. It sounds like a video game. Is it not clear the level of the level of disassociation from reality that is present in this conversation? Is it not clear that on some levels the eyes of the media are treating this like a video game? Not kill to death ratio, which is the video game term, but the idea that like a good ratio of enemies killed to civilians killed makes you like a moral army. Do you not get that that's what I'm trying to get across here? Is that not clear?
And parasites, they dehumanize them, ironically, just like the Germans did. And the emaciated kids look just like the Jewish kids in Germany. But no, since they're not Israeli, Ben Shapiro couldn't care less.
Like when you're bragging about a ratio at all that involves the killing of civilians, you might as well be turning like real world death and destruction, the tearing apart of families, the crushing of civic life and memory of life, right? Remember, the graveyards are getting destroyed too. You might as well be treating that as a fucking video game, right? The fact that we're talking about ratios at all.
And he's saying they didn't slaughter them enough. Sick. I know, look, we got to live together. And we're all Americans, and we're going to debate issues, and we're going to have some agreements and some disagreements. But this is a core moral issue.
It really
where
is.
he's a deeply immoral person.
So
deeply immoral. He's talking after the giant military, the Goliath of Israel, has crushed the Palestinians and already killed 2,400 people in Lebanon, twice October 7th, already in Lebanon.
In Lebanon alone.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're like, who cares? Lebanese lives, Christian lives, Muslim lives.
Yeah, Sasha G, it's exactly like collateral damage. It's a euphemism for something that's too horrible to talk about, for something that we shouldn't be talking about, for something that shouldn't be happening.
Arab lives, who cares? We're the most moral army. It's outrageous, it's sickening, it's vomitous. You look, he's supporting an actual genocide right now. And all that never again talk, it turns out he meant never again for us.
Exactly.
For you, as long as it helps us take land and have more control, we'll do it to you over and over and over again. 57 years of brutal occupation, Ben, and you don't give a damn. You kind of like it, don't you, Ben? Oh yeah, we get to lord over them now. Who's in charge now, right? You feel powerful, you piece of crap.
All right, so
go ahead.
Let me get to some of the other things he said, because he says that the IDF, they're operating exactly the way they're supposed to, but have they taken measures to protect women and children? Let's hear from Dr. Taqreed Al-Imawi, who's an OBGYN at Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. Here's a statement from that doctor. The situation is beyond horrific and is very difficult and indescribable. We have seen more than 23 pregnant women among the injured coming to the hospital since last week, wounded either by shrapnel or gunfire, suffering from fractures. And remember, the starvation plan has already been implemented by Israel. They have not allowed humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, in the northern portion of the Gaza Strip, since the beginning of this month. Today is, what's the date today?
22nd.
Today's the 22nd. So
they're starving to death right now.
Yeah,
but
okay.
hey, they're only Arabs, Ben, so I'm sure you love that they're starving to death.
UN reports also show that over the last 18 years, no other conflicts killed a higher number of children in 1 year than the current war that's going on in Gaza right now. And many of the kids who haven't been killed are now orphans. And I'm gonna try to keep it together while I go to this part, but one displaced girl whose parents are believed to have been killed.
I'm sorry, do we need to stop the stream? Somebody's playing too much COD? You know how much FPS I play? 0. 0. What I'm picking up, the separation between the material reality, between the actual consequences of war and how we talk about war, that's where that's coming from. Like, I mean, do we need to just... Did Ben Shapiro say kill to death? Did I pick it up from Ben? Because I'm not actually seeing this in the... I'm not seeing this in the transcript. All right? He's saying kill ratio. I mean, it sounds like... It sounds a lot like that. But the fact that he's talking about a ratio at all.
Killed, so she's orphaned. She has an
like the fact that he's appealing to statistics. What the fuck?
Injured little sister, carrying her on her back through central Gaza in search of treatment. You're not going to see anything gory in this video, but this is one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever seen. This is in Gaza. These are 2 little girls who don't have parents anymore. Take a look.
طيب وين مودياها؟ بدي اروح اعالجتها. وانت مش تعبانه وانت حاملاها هيك؟ تعبانه ولا لا؟ تعبانه ولسه بعملها او مش قادره. وين رايحه انت هالبيت؟ انا رايحه في المنتزه البريج؟ طب تعال اخذك معايا. يلا اطلع بدي اخذها معايا. بتحبي اختك عشان حملاكي كانت؟ طلع عليا. يلا مع السلامة.
Yeah, I don't think I can't imagine having to carry around like, you know, like I was like 2 years older than one of my sisters, and I can't imagine being able to carry her around like that, or having to, like in that situation. So yeah, I mean, you know, kudos to TYT. Like the problem that I have with them here is not that they're not, you know, on the right side of this issue. It's not that I think that they're supporting Ben Shapiro. I don't know. I might have said it, Bad Lefty. Like, I might have said it because the way that we're talking about this shit, it's like what I'm trying to come up with a word. I said before, disassociated. That's not the right word, but it's like decoupled. It's almost like the way we're talking about reality has become decoupled from the reality itself. Right? That something as abstract as a ratio is decoupled in the way that video games are decoupled from life. And so the fact that like KD ratio, right, which I vaguely know what that means, is popping into, you know, anybody's head is actually kind of demonstrative of the distance between the events going on in Gaza and the discussion of the events, and especially the discussion from somebody like Ben Shapiro, who is trying to say that is a good ratio. Israel has a very good ratio. They are the most moral army, objectively speaking. Let me show you the facts and logic, right? Let me show you the ratio. Let me show you the statistics. And again, as people in chat have you know, noticed, these statistics are incomplete, right? There's a reason that the number of deaths kind of like paused at 40,000, and it's not because more deaths weren't occurring. It's because more information wasn't coming out. It's because the, you know, institutions and the organizations that would be supplying this data, this information, are not able to operate. Some of these people themselves have been killed. Yeah, thank God for that big sister. That's what I was saying is I don't know. I don't think I could have carried, like, we were 2 years apart and I couldn't pick up my sister.
if they survive the war, and they might not, Israel might kill them. If they survive the war, that little girl is going to see her older sister carrying her to safety. Look, we're all going to see it, and they're going to make movies about it later, and then we're all going to pretend, oh, nobody could have known at the time. No, we know at the time. We know they're committing a genocide and ethnic cleansing. We're about to show you the Jabalia death march. So they shot this little girl just like her, Hind, 5-year-old. They telephoned into the Israelis, to the IDF, to the most moral army. There's a 5-year-old. The IDF has already killed all of her family. She's sitting in the car with the dead family members. We're sending an ambulance to go get a 5-year-old girl. The Israelis showed up. Okay, good. They murdered everyone in the ambulance and the 5-year-old. Okay, so, and the 100 doctors from America say an extraordinary number of headshots. Their snipers are not only killing journalists, not only killing Americans, but they're killing little children. They have become what they most despised. If I saw Jewish kids like that being treated.
So like understand what's happening here, right? And what my criticism, what the criticism of TYT is, including the criticism from the Twitter account that we're about to look at, right? TYT has certain issues that they have essentially caved to the right on, right? Trans rights is one of these issues. Issues surrounding, police violence and BLM are another one of these issues. The dignity of unhoused people is one of these issues. But they're handling, at least recently, of what's going on in Gaza is actually not something that I largely have a problem with, right? But understand that Anna's sort of stuck in a difficult position, right? They need to maintain issues like these. They need to maintain their, standing in terms of handling issues like these in order to justify their claim to be the home of the progressives, right? They are progressive, on some things and not on others. But Anna also has gotten herself into a situation where she needs to maintain her relationship with Ben Shapiro. Right? So overall, not a bad, video, not a bad way of handling this when somebody like Ben Shapiro, turns this into this abstract ratio that almost sounds like something out of a video game. TYT bringing the reality of like, hey, meanwhile, the people on the ground in Gaza, what's going on? This little girl's carrying her sister, right? That's not a problem. But why?
The US government in the Gaza.
I'm not morally apathetic about what's happening.
Ben Shapiro spoke at UCLA yesterday and, as you just saw, literally cheered on Israel's genocide in Gaza. And I don't use that word lightly. I say it because I mean it, and I want to show you why I believe that that's what's going on in Gaza. Now, after saying that he lauded the IDF's actions, he then went on to claim that they've taken extensive measures to prevent civilian deaths despite over 42,000 Palestinians that have been killed in the Gaza Strip alone. Take a look.
Hamas could end this war today by surrendering. They've chosen not to surrender in Israel. They did not. That is a very role.
It's weird too how Shapiro refers to the idea that Israel would not take vengeance upon the civilian population of Gaza. How he codifies that as a surrender. Oh, so you want the Israeli troops to surrender? What, not murdering civilians is a surrender? Right?
Misinformed about
urban combat. That is uncontested.
I'm going to be generous, and instead of saying there were a lot of lies in that statement, I'm going to say that he is misinformed about what the reality is. Now, just quickly going through the numbers in Gaza, and it is difficult to get updated numbers.
Okay, now I gave her more credit maybe than she deserves at the outset of that. I think I gave her too much credit. I think I gave her too much credit. When I re-listened to that, I characterized that as that, like, she's kind of begging the question of maybe Ben Shapiro is not being truthful, but we're gonna be, I don't know, like I've done this before, right? Where you steelman somebody's argument in an effort to show that this argument doesn't really deserve to be steelmanned. I don't think that's what she's doing here. I think she's really preserving, like she's walking a tightrope, right? And on one side, there's burning her bridge with the Daily Wire and with Ben Shapiro, which she realistically speaking may see as a future employer. And on the other side, there is burning the reputation of TYT as being good, as being progressive, as being on the right side of history in, you know, at least one issue. Yeah, you know, in an issue in which it's morally repugnant not to be. So I'm going to show you first the I'm going to first show you the tweet that a TYT, I don't even know, I shouldn't say oh my god. Natalie Murray, how do you have sorry, Natalie posted something that surprised me. All right, so I didn't, God. I didn't put something cute in here on purpose. This is just the tweet that's coming up below mine. All right, so this is the tweet I'm talking about. So somebody replied to this, and yes, Natalie, that's really cute. Unbelievably cute. Okay, I didn't expect that. Anyway, so yeah, this is the tweet, right? So this is Bernie's cat. Here, let's show you this in a better way. All right, so this is Bernie's cat. This is a small account here. 505 followers. I now follow them because they are based. Anna Kasparian giving Ben effing Shapiro a pass and saying he is not informed about Gaza genocide is a bigger what the fuck of the story. Good thing that at least Jake, so yeah, giving Jake credit on this one, used to be a TYT member. And yeah, when I look at it again, as much as I want to, like, you know, be charitable to Anna Kasparian, like, she said this in a way specifically designed so that nobody's going to take that clip and show it to Ben Shapiro and say she's mischaracterizing you, or she's you know, she's being bad faith to you. She's not giving you the benefit of the doubt. So yeah, it's a very calculated way of saying that. So that's the reply, right? Next, I'm going to show you what Anna said when she saw this. I can find it. Here we go. Wait a minute. Where did I grab the wrong one? Wait, what the fuck happened here? Oh no, chat. Oh no. There is... Is this it, maybe?
Something right now. Bernie's cat.
Yes.
Bernie's cat.
Bernie's cat. Bernie's cat. Anna is calling out the 500 follower, and chat, I don't think I think it was a 400 something follower account like earlier that when Anna would have been calling this out, right? They've gotten a lot of followers since then, and I encourage you to follow Bernie's cat as well, right?
Who just wrote in on Twitter and accused me of giving Ben Shapiro a pass. How the F was that a pass? How was that a pass? How was delusional? No, most deranged crap on Twitter. Seriously, I don't understand. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What the hell do I need to do? Tell me right now.
Yeah, no, look.
No, people are deranged. You are deranged. You're deranged. How the hell did I give Ben Shapiro a pass? I was the one who chose to do that story. We did that story, and I don't know how much more aggressive we could be in condemning him in that story. Deranged, deranged. I don't know what else you want from me. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I can't take it anymore. Go ahead, Jenk. Sorry.
Just as we did a story about, ostensibly, I don't know, maybe they are, maybe they're not, I don't know what they are, writes in and saying, you just saw our story on Ben Shapiro. You thought that we were too light on Ben Shapiro, that Anna was too light on Ben Shapiro?
I feel like you went from... I feel like you detached Ben Shapiro from the whole point of that, right? Yeah. When the first thing out your mouth is maybe Ben Shapiro is not able to see the same stuff that we see because his feed is different, right? Maybe everybody's siloed, and in Ben Shapiro's silo, there's no that those images don't exist. That those realities don't exist. That he really thinks that Israel is the most moral army on the planet.
Get checked into a hospital, man.
I was too easy on him because I didn't flat out say he was lying. Okay, he's lying. I don't know what's in his head. I don't know if he's lying or if he's completely shielded from the reality because he's in a different bubble than you. Do you not understand that? Do you think he's sitting around?
She's defending it. She's straight up defending it. Like, look, I feel like she could have maybe gotten by. Look, I'm more convinced than ever now, right? Because I wanted to extend her the benefit of the doubt. I wanted to say that maybe she's kind of begging the question. Maybe she's kind of using a rhetorical device where she's too good faith, you know, on a person that doesn't deserve that good faith to sort of make it stand out more. But when I looked back at her, you know, commentary on that, that's not what I saw. I saw her legitimately saying, maybe he doesn't know. And when you listen to her response to this confirms it. I actually did not want to think that Anna Kasparian was actually giving Ben Shapiro the benefit of the doubt on this shit. But look, here she is confirming it. Let's watch again.
Story on Ben Shapiro. You thought that we were too light on Ben Shapiro? That Anna was too light on Ben Shapiro?
Look, I'll give them credit, right? The overall story was hard hitting. The response to Ben Shapiro's use of statistics to like decouple reality and human suffering from our discussion of that suffering through use of statistics, I thought was well done. But I can't give Anna credit for that. When her first response is like, maybe he just doesn't see it. Oh my God, maybe he doesn't see it?
Get checked into a hospital, man.
I was too easy on him because I didn't flat out say he was lying. Okay,
how hard is that to say he's fucking lying? How hard is it to say, or not even he's lying, he's sweeping. He's obfuscating. He's playing defense for a crime against humanity. How hard is that to say? Any of those things, Anna, any of those things would be better than what you said.
He's lying. I don't know. I don't know what's in his head. I don't know if he's lying or if he's completely shielded from the reality because he's in a different bubble than you. Do you not understand?
I'm following Hansi now.
Do you think he's sitting around watching news reports of children having their limbs blown off? Do you think that's what he's watching? Or do you think he lives in his own little bubble where everyone around him and all the news that he's consuming indicates that the IDF is the most moral army in the world?
She really believes that. I actually wanted to give Anna the benefit of the doubt. Like, I never want to do like content and be like, let me show you how bad Anna is. And I watch the video and I'm like, oh, she's not quite as bad as I thought. And go like she fucking sucks anyway, right? I need to make sure that I don't exaggerate the harm, that I don't exaggerate the cynicism, that I don't exaggerate the malice of one Anna Kasparian, so that when she is being malicious, I am believed. And I am not perceived as another person on YouTube getting those clicks. Right? So I went out of my way to try to steelman Anna's steelman of Ben Shapiro, and I can't fucking do it. Her response to a 500 follower cat, very based cat, it shows me that she really did give Ben Shapiro, she feels this, or she's doubling down on this.
So that's the issue, that I didn't say he was lying. Okay, fine, he's lying. Do you feel better? I can't take this crap anymore, seriously. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore.
If you think,
unbelievable.
And sometimes I get called Zionist on social media and stuff. If you think we're not sufficiently tough on Israel.
What is that? What is that? Is Jake trying to be like, hey, it's okay, Anna. Sometimes people take me in bad. Like for all my criticisms of Jink, like he was able to call Ben Shapiro a callous liar, right? I can't fault him for that response the way that I fault Anna.
You've lost your mind and you don't realize.
Watch something else. Watch.
I mean, he is kind of sweeping for her now.
Okay, go watch Ben Shapiro. Maybe you'll like that kind of deranged. If you like.
Why? Why would you say that? People who have a problem with Anna sweeping for Ben Shapiro are not going to like Ben Shapiro. What is he? Oh, this is so bad faith. Oh, okay. Well, maybe you like right-wing content better. Maybe you're actually a right-winger. Maybe you'll love the Daily Wire, you piece of shit. How dare you defend Anna? Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't defend either of them. I'm tempted to be like, okay, well, you know, at least Jink's response was better than Anna's, but goddamn, he's willing to go to the mat and say, hey, I get called a Zionist sometimes too. Haha, isn't it funny, Jana? Anna, these crazy lefties, these crazy fucking lefties. What do they want from us? What do they possibly want from us? Oh wait, we got more? We got more. Thank you, Hansi. God. Hansi just bestowing the gifts on us today.
And you wonder why we get so frustrated, or Anna gets so frustrated by some people on the left. Not the overwhelming majority of the left agrees with Anna. If you look at the polling, geez, 95% of people on the left agree with Anna. But someone...
It doesn't matter. People make money off of their garbage videos, constantly attacking us, taking us out of context, misrepresenting where I stand on issues, because hey, it's a great way of grifting and making money off of attacking us for doing absolutely nothing wrong, for having nuanced views.
And there's some people who...
Nuanced views that maybe Ben Shapiro is a good person who's stuck in a social media silo, and maybe his commentary lauding Netanyahu, lauding the IDF as the most moral army, maybe rather than it being craven, the craven horror show that it is, maybe that is just an artifact of Ben Shapiro being misinformed and existing in a media bubble, right?
Who have a cottage industry of that kind of grip.
I can't.
So look, just for the people who didn't see the social break, someone wrote in that Anna was too easy on Ben Shapiro in that Gaza segment. And so now if you guys who just watched that Ben Shapiro Gaza segment, you now get a sense of how deranged some of the leftists online are. If you thought we were too easy on Ben Shapiro in that segment, you don't have eyes and ears or a brain. So that's why you see us getting frustrated. And I want you guys to be super clear. It's not at you guys. It's at these tiny, tiny pimples on our ass who are sitting there going, yeah, you're not listening enough. By the way, I love Kamala Harris. I love the slaughter she's doing, helping to fund in Israel. I love the.
Okay, so we're gonna see more about the Kamala thing in a second, right? I've got where that comes from, right? But notice that they are getting mad at detractors, right? Talking about a cottage industry, talking about people making videos about them. Let's be honest, chat. They're kind of they're low key talking about the Vanguard here. They don't want to say the name. They don't want to give the Vanguard like free clout. But that's who they're talking about. I mean, amongst others, like this is the cottage industry.
She's turned into a giant corporate CEO-loving, Dick Cheney-loving person. I never do videos against her because I want the money. I want the money. And I know that people want to support Kamala Harris and do pom-poms, but I'm pretending to be on the left and saying you guys aren't on the left enough. Really? Is that what you think, pimple?
It's unbelievable, man. It really is. All right, let's get to Rudy Giuliani.
I mean, we got to get to Rudy Giuliani, don't we? It's important. Anyway, thank you, Hansi. Hansi, with the videos that we need. I was wondering where this was. I saw the Vanguard show this, and I wasn't sure. But yeah, thank you to Natalie Marie too for helping me find this. What else are we looking for? Here's a tweet from Natalie's account. And Kasparian blames progressives for the Democratic Party cozying up to neocons like the Cheneys, right? So this will give you a little bit of an idea what they were talking about, right? When they were like, "Oh, you support Kamala though. You support Kamala, but you think we're bad."
Is not even on anyone's radar in this election. Okay, the opportunity to actually use the very temporary influence and power progressives had in this country was squandered. It was, and we're going to talk about that later on the show. It was squandered.
What just stopped? Why does my... I'm sorry, chat.
And now there's
technical difficulties. Apologies. It's a little frustrating, but
there's no discussion about improving
the healthcare
system. There is no discussion about any of the economic populist ideas that progressives purported to care about but didn't fight for. Okay? They fought for other things that ended up leading to a lot of backlash among the electorate. And that's why we are here.
So, do you see what she's doing? She's blaming Kamala's pivot to the right on people further to the left than her, right? That's not the Democrats being craven. That's because people said trans rights. Some people said trans rights. Some people said, I want to have a pronoun other than he or she. Some people said Black Lives Matter. Some people said defund the police. And these are niche issues. These are niche issues. These aren't issues that appeal to the working class like Democrats should. Do you see what she's doing? Do you see the pivot that she's taking? There's a name for this. Let me diagnose it for you. This is class reductionism. This is, of all the things to accuse the TYT of, right? Because on other levels, they're not even good on class issues, right? But what she's hanging her hat on class reductionism. Oh, all these other things that don't have anything to do with like Medicare for all or
system. There is no discussion about any of the economic populist ideas that progressives purported to care about but didn't fight for. Okay? They fought for other.
So Kamala Harris, for the record, making common cause with Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, and now supposedly, reportedly, courting the endorsement of one George W. Bush. I can't confirm that, right, chat? But that's what I've been hearing. Courting the endorsement of George W. Bush is now blamed on people to the left of Anna. I'll diagnose something else that she's doing. It's hippie punching. She's punching to the left, right? She's trying to raise her own status by attacking her own side. If you, in a principled way, have disagreements with, people on your own side, that's one thing, right? But when you throw them under the bus in order to appeal to, a right-wing audience, I'll fucking diagnose that too.
Other things that ended up leading to a lot of backlash among the electorate. And that's why we are here today talking about the Democratic Party moving toward the neocons. And I'm pissed about that.
Yeah.
But I'm the right winger, right? I'm the right.
You're pissed at the wrong person. You're pissed at the wrong person. You are failing to criticize the Harris campaign. You are failing to criticize the Biden administration. And instead, you are using this as your personal vendetta against people to the left of you.
Winger. I'm the right winger because I don't like the neocons, because I don't like the wars, because I want economic policies, not this garbage.
So look, I get why.
I'm the right winger.
There we go. There we go. And I almost don't want to even call her a class reductionist, right? Because, like a class reductionist would at least care about homeless people. And she doesn't. Like, this stinks to high hell. Like, and it stinks of, like, somebody with no ideological basis whatsoever. That is pivoting to whichever lane she perceives as benefiting her. Wait, is Hansi in chat? Is Hansi in chat? Did I totally miss that? Oh my god, chat. When I'm covering segments, sometimes I don't look at chat enough. She's a Karen's Karen. She really is. There's class reductionists from real communists sometimes. And then there's, yeah, Crotchy, you're right. As I called her a class reductionist, I was realizing that that's giving her too much credit. There's class reductionists, which is providing cover for right-wing racism. A Bush endorsement? I mean, I can't confirm that, Matt Goggles. That's what I've heard. And it would fit the bill for what, for Kamala's pivot, right? She's given up on the very easy, rhetoric and or policy that she could embrace in order to capture some of the voters that have become disgusted by her, right? Michigan is fucking close. Michigan and Pennsylvania are very close right now. She could shore up her numbers by actually distancing herself from Biden. And there are some reports that maybe she's considering doing that too. There's also reports of like some real contention between Kamala and the Biden administration. But as far as what she's done so far, ever since the Walz endorsement or the Walz nomination, right? She's very much pivoted to the right. And there's one person to blame from that. And it's not, BLM activists. And it's not trans rights advocates. It's not, it's the Harris administration. If you're so critical of the Harris ticket, right? Then criticize them. Pin the blame in the right place instead of attacking somebody that you feel like can't punch back or that you could make content out of.
Know what Anna's referring to. So I get that people who are looking at it at a surface level and didn't watch Anna's interview with Jillian Michaels or any other things that she said on this show and other places, they might go, oh, she's really disgruntled with the Democratic Party.
I am.
Okay, and hence, in my binary mind, I think that means she's a right-winger. Right?
I'm not.
Okay, but what I can't understand is that people who did watch the interview and people who do hear you on the Young Turks going, oh, she really upset at Democrats for being pro-neocon, pro-corporate CEOs. She wants them to be more populist, care about universal health care, higher wages, getting out of Gaza. That's why she's a right-winger. But wait, do facts matter?
You're a class reductionist because you're putting those issues at odds with any measure of giving a fuck about marginalized people, right? You're saying to have these things, we need to throw trans people, get under the bus. Get under the bus. Communities that are disproportionately impacted by police violence, get under the bus. You're used to it. Like the Democratic Party does this to you all the time, right? That's what she's saying.
Anymore? Does
No, they
policy
don't.
matter anymore?
They don't.
Does reality matter anymore?
Because the aesthetics of progressivism is far more important than actual progressivism. Actual policies that lift people up, that actually help marginalized people across the board. Universal economic policies that do.
Yeah, that's right, Anna. A rising tide raises all boats. Where have I heard that before?
Lead to increased wages and things like that. That stuff doesn't matter. That stuff doesn't matter because we have fragmented activist groups who have their little.
So now, normally it's right-wingers who try to put a wedge between like different marginalized groups that try to say, oh, hey, working people, you're not getting your raise in minimum wage because of those trans people over there, right? Usually that's right-wingers that try to do that shit. In this case, the call is coming from inside the house, inside the home of the progressives.
Pet project that they shove down everyone's throat, and if you don't agree 100%, well then you must be a right-winger. I'm done with this.
So that's why Kamala Harris is pivoting to the right. Because you criticized Anna's birthing person. Chad, it's your fault. It's your fault. That's what she's saying. It's what she's saying. If you stopped caring about your pet issues, which might be life or death to people in your community, then we would have a $15 minimum wage by now.
Dumb politics, okay? This is dumb. Totally dumb.
So now.
All right, so let's take a look at the video where this comes from. I can find it. Oh yeah, it's right here.
The Harris campaign really believes that there are...
All right, so yeah, we probably should have watched this first, chat. Apologies. It's probably the better video to watch first.
enough disenchanted Republicans that could make the difference in this election, especially in those key swing states, that so-called blue wall that is so critical for Harris to pick up. And you heard Liz Cheney yesterday make an urgent plea to some of these Republicans that they can vote however they want in the ballot box, but they don't have to tell their friends about it. And that is what the Harris campaign is banking on, that there are so many Republicans exhausted in their view by Donald Trump that they may be able to switch, at least for this election.
Kamala Harris and Republican Liz Cheney held town halls in Michigan and Wisconsin yesterday in an attempt to essentially convince disillusioned Never Trump Republicans to cast their ballots for the vice president over Trump. Now, some hawkishness unfortunately ensued because, let's keep it real, that's who Liz Cheney is. She is a neocon. And the real question is, while Harris is trying to build this coalition of Democratic voters, traditional Democratic voters, and neoconservatives, does that mean that should she get
elected? Like, Anna, there are people right now making a similar argument, you know, about about the Palestine issue, right? That needs to be dropped. There are people calling that a niche issue. Because if from a class reductionist viewpoint, if all you care about is, like, you know, and I don't believe that she cares about the working class. Don't believe that this Karen gives a fuck about the working class, right? But if that's really what you all you care about, you're so like tunnel visioned that you can only care about you know, about economic issues that don't have any intersections whatsoever, then something that's going on halfway across the world doesn't matter, right? Same argument is being made by people.
It will translate to neocon policies within her White House. Now, during the town hall in Wisconsin, Cheney tried to specifically ease the nerves of Republican voters who do believe in the neoconservative philosophy. Let's hear what she had to tell them.
Oh, I didn't even pick that up, Uncle Slayer, but yeah, she does have a bit of the, what's her name? Elizabeth, the Theranos woman?
I also know, because I have spent time with Vice President Harris, because I have come to understand what she believes about how she will govern, that she will be a president for all Americans, that she's committed to listening and committed to having viewpoints, some of which, you know, come from different ends of the political spectrum. And if you think about how you conduct, you know, your life outside of politics, how we all conduct our everyday lives, those are the kinds of people that you trust. Those are the kinds of people you can work with.
The strength of our democracy requires a strong two-party system. It really does. It requires that we have healthy debate, based on, you know, based in logic and fact, and that we debate it out.
Facts and logic debate? What is this?
Good vigorous debates.
The IDW president.
Good fight over policy.
So,
oh no. Oh no, that was Cringe-Mala. Chat, we haven't heard from Cringe-Mala in a while. But there she is, if you missed her.
You know, based in logic and fact, and that we debate it out. Have good vigorous debates. Have a good fight over policy.
So, you know, the message there is,
oh no.
You might have your reservations about casting a ballot for a Democratic candidate, especially since the neoconservative ideology differs so considerably from what traditionally Democrats have believed in. But don't worry, Kamala Harris is open-minded to our ideas and our influence. That's at least the messaging that I got out of that answer, but I'm curious what your interpretation was, Jane.
So look, I get the logic of both sides. And so I read an interesting piece with David Plouffe, who's on Kamala's team now. And so they're, of course, trying to get those undecided
Lady Badash, I think you're onto something.
voters. And yes, they still exist, believe it or not. And yes,
They don't. Look. Do they exist? Can you find a single person like that? Sure. All right. You're looking for numbers. If you're Kamala Harris and it's this late in the campaign and you've done a lot, you've spent so much money on all of the swing states, you know, doing attack ads, doing promotional ads, getting helping, you know, trying to get people to know you as a person, feel comfortable voting for you. You spent a ton of money because you got a ton of money and it hasn't moved the needle. Then you're looking for votes. You're looking for a few more votes. What you should be looking to do is change your message, because if you've spent that much money and the needle hasn't moved, that means your message is off, right? That means that the pivot that you've done since probably before the convention, right, has been a momentum killer for you. You had it. You had the moment. You had the zeitgeist. You had you had your fingers on the pulse of the American people at the time, and you lost that, right? And you can either try to get back to what your message was before that was working, or if you think that that's got like a limited run, then you can try to move to something else that's gonna also work. But instead, Kamala is like, I can pick up a few more votes. Where are we gonna pick them up? Well, with Republicans. To pick those votes up with Republicans. How am I gonna do that? With the smallest segment of Republican voters, with a bunch of figures who have fallen out of favor now with both the right and the left. And we're going to expect this to somehow have no negative effect on the left. People who grew up with Bush and Cheney are not going to now make a negative association with Cheney's supporting Kamala Harris, and we're going to pick up whatever constituency the Cheneys still represent. Guess what? That number of people is negligible. That's almost no one, right? Donald Trump defeated the Jeb Bushes of the world, the Chris Christies of the world, right? All of the Bush era figures that were soundly defeated, and consolidated the Christian right and every other segment of the Republican Party to behind him. The voter that you are courting by associating yourself with the Cheneys does not exist. Now, is it all right if you do happen to get the endorsement from Liz Cheney to, do you have to say, well, no, fuck her, she's a neocon? No, you don't have to say that. You don't have to say that, right? If Liz Cheney wants to go out on her own and do some campaigning for Kamala Harris, is that okay? Sure, right? Whoever she appeals to, you know, again, I think it's a negligible amount of voters, but if she wants to do that, sure, fine. But you being on stage with her, you time after time after time, like associating your image with the image of Liz Cheney, and yes, Dick Cheney apparently has given the endorsement too, right? It is at best a wash, and you need more than a wash. You are not winning. You are tied at best.
Now some senior citizens, older voters above 65, are just gradually going towards Kamala Harris a little bit more, and some non-college educated white voters, which is Trump's base, are going towards Kamala a little bit. So trying to reach out and saying she's bipartisan, you can trust her, she's normal, she's, you know, going to bring us back to sanity. I get the logic of that, right? At the same time, saying, I'm open to every idea, including the Cheney's ideas about foreign policy.
I mean, like, I'm not saying that never Trump Republicans don't exist at all. But I would say that they're going to consolidate themselves more behind the likes of Nikki Haley than they are Lynn freaking Cheney, right? That's a zero, constituent. That's a political figure with zero constituency, right? There's nobody that wanted Lynn Cheney to run. If she had run, she would have gotten less than 1%. Nikki Haley, on the other hand, I don't know, picked up between 10 and 15% of the Republican vote. But again, she's already endorsed Trump, so it's not like you're going to get that endorsement.
Not a good idea, okay? And that's not what the voters are looking for. The voters are very anti-war, right wing, left wing, it doesn't matter. And the polling indicates that. Dick Cheney was enormously unpopular at 13% in the last poll taken of him. 13%. I mean, wrapping your arms around a guy at 13% and his family and his way of thinking before an election, I mean, they might look back at that and go, wow, that is the most questionable thing anybody's ever done. Why would you go towards the least popular person in politics? Somebody made a great analogy today. They're like, it would be like Bill Clinton, because it's about the same time frame, as he was running, going, you know what? I love Richard Nixon. And I'm thinking of putting Nixon's allies in my cabinet because I'm bipartisan. And I'm in search of good ideas. What good ideas did Nixon have? And by the way, he actually started some liberal parts of the government because he was forced to because back then we had enormous power and strength.
Like the EPA, if I'm not mistaken.
EPA, OSHA, et cetera. So actually that's a worse example than Dick Cheney because I can't think of a single good idea that Dick Cheney's ever had. So what are we going to—
Wait, is it Liz Cheney?
Debate with them. Should we invade Iraq or Iran? Is that a debate? Or Syria? Who are we going to invade? I've never seen Dick.
Wait, chat, who's Lon Chaney? Am I thinking of Lon Chaney?
Have any good ideas?
Who is Lon Chaney?
So I can see both sides of it, but being this aggressively pro-Cheney is almost definitely the wrong way to go because, guys, it's not just Liz Cheney or no one. You could use Adam Kinzinger. You could use other Republicans that have turned, right? Bring them in.
I have a different proposal.
Oh no, here we go. So once again, this is like the day of Jink having, like a not horrible take, and then Anna, or like in the first case, it was Anna having a horrible take, and then Jink having a less horrible take, but then sweeping for Anna nonetheless. Now it is Jink going first. And
although the proposal wouldn't really work out for Kamala Harris in regard to fundraising, I mean, she did bring in a $6 million haul from J Street, for instance. But remember, the two states that I was referring to earlier, the two states in which these women just had these two town halls were Wisconsin, you're watching clips from that, but also the state of Michigan. And so I think it's telling that—
think about that, campaigning with Liz Cheney in Michigan, right? Yeah, I've like forgotten her name. Did I say Lynn Cheney?
Harris is—
oh wait, no, is Lynn Cheney's daughter that's gay?
Campaign is far more willing to make a deal with the devil to maybe increase her share of voters in the swing state of Michigan, when we already know a pretty simple way in which Kamala Harris could increase her support in the state of Michigan. And what would that pretty easy way be, Cenk?
So if she just said, I'm in favor of a weapons embargo if they don't do a ceasefire immediately.
Israel.
In Israel, you would pick up 5 points in Michigan. And right now she needs it because she's losing in— look, everybody's got different polls and everybody loves to look at the polls that they believe in, okay? But you look at the real Clear Politics average of polls, not just the average of polls, but the last 7 polls. She's tied in 1 and is losing in the other 6. So the most recent polls. Now, even if you found one where you thought, oh my gosh, she's tied or she's leading, the momentum is clearly going towards Trump and she's losing Michigan now. And in that interview with David Plouffe, he acknowledged that Michigan is tough, that the blue wall states are tough, and that it's going to be a razor-thin election. Now, it doesn't have to be a razor-thin election, especially in Michigan. If she calls for a weapons embargo or cutting the funding of Israel, she'll definitely win Michigan.
How the fuck did they get from this to Anna blaming like the radical left?
And then she'll probably definitely win the election. But isn't that amazing? And doesn't that tell you everything you need to know about American politics? That she would rather lose the election than defy any of her donors.
Well, she's really under the assumption that she could win the election by moving forward with the strategy that we're talking about here. The strategy.
Oh my God, Chad, I've been neglecting the vote. Let's see where we're at right now. It looks like AOC Fetterman is still winning. Korean Granddad Rides Boar in second place. Jodrin Peterson, despite his name being spelled wrong, has managed to weasel his way into third place. And gaming is now in fourth place. So we've had a little bit of change in that. We're at 50% of the dono goal. We're almost done with our TYT content here. If we get to, if we miraculously get to 100% by the time that happens, it looks like AOC versus Fetterman is what's got the most juice behind it right now. Remember, if you have donated already and I haven't accounted for your donation, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you, and I'll be happy to. Rob MC, thank you for the 3 gift subs. The community subs are going. Remember, if you've already donated and I haven't added your, donos, feel free to. Wait, does it work? Yeah, there we go. That shows it. Let me know in chat. And I'll go ahead and put your money where your mouth is. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just a little bit like, oh my God. Lon Chaney is a black and white movie actor. Wait, where did that say? Dick Cheney's wife is Lynn Cheney. Their daughter. Okay, so we are talking about. So I got it right. Chat was correcting me for nothing. Chat, congratulations. You successfully gaslit me into thinking that I didn't know what I was or who I was talking about. But like, I'll be honest, right? I just have not heard about Lynn Cheney. Wait, Dick Cheney's wife is Lynn Cheney. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. Who are we actually talking about? The former senator. Wait, I'm so mixed up because I just have not heard about these people. You know why? Because they're fucking irrelevant. Oh God, yeah, you're right, Lady Badash. A razor-thin election is dangerous. Trump's claims are frauds are more likely to take root. They said it had to be too big to rig. Wait, what? I'm totally fucked up here. The former senator. Liz Cheney. Yeah. Oh, okay, so that is his daughter. Who is the other? Who is the? Doesn't he also have a gay daughter that was like critical of him at some point? Currently campaigning with Liz Cheney. Okay. Lynn Cheney is his wife. Liz Cheney is his daughter. That's the senator. That's so wild because she doesn't seem like that much younger than him. But like I said, chat, these people could not be more irrelevant. Walz said they need Cheney because of former Senator Liz Cheney who voted against Trump in the impeachment trial. Yeah, no, that's...
strategy of aligning herself with neocons in order to increase her support. But remember, Liz Cheney was ousted from Congress by voters in her district, right? She is not.
I find less relevant, though.
No, but like neocons aren't even popular among Republican voters.
No, you're absolutely right about that. But she lost because she was against Trump, and why?
But understand why they're unpopular, right? Jink's right. Neocons are unpopular amongst Republican voters, not because Republican voters take a principled stand against the military-industrial complex, but like Jink is saying, more because the perception of them being anti-Trump, right? Basically, anybody in the Republican Party who was anti-Trump, rhinos. And those were the original Republicans, right? If anybody's a fake Republican, it's the Trump supporters. But he's consolidated the fuck out of that party. He's taken the party out from under him. Remember, Republicans did a lot of work to cultivate an anti-intellectual base, and that anti-intellectual base was perfectly situated to be picked up by Donald Trump, right? He does, like, whereas the Republicans, the neocons, lead their party around with a carrot on a stick, right? Donald Trump takes the carrot off and gives it to them, right? And whether that carrot is, so the neocons know enough to just kind of like entice the Republicans. Ooh, we could overturn Roe versus Wade. Keep voting for us. Maybe it'll happen. But they don't want to give them that carrot, right? Trump is like, I'll give you the carrot. Here you go. Here's the carrot. You want the carrot? You want this? Republicans will, talk about immigration, and, they'll campaign on it. They'll criticize the Democrats on it. They'll run on that. They'll demonize immigrants, but they won't actually, give them any sort of policy that's actually going to affect the number of undocumented people in the country, because then they can no longer use it as an issue, right? Whereas Trump was willing to, to give them that issue, to give them the wall, to give them a ridiculous performative policy that feels good, that gives them that catharsis. Yes, we're building a wall. Yes, we're doing mass deportations, right? Whereas the Republican administrations, like the Bush administration, was willing to signal that they were against immigration, but to not actually do anything.
Wyoming is Trump obsessed, and so the dear leader,
I understand that.
Yeah, the dear leader told them to eliminate her, so they did. Okay, so look, I respect Liz Cheney for blowing up her career to do the right thing. So,
yes, I give her credit for that.
Yeah.
That doesn't then mean that I would go out of my way to campaign alongside her with this delusional idea that I'm going to pick up a bunch of Republican votes.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's maybe even more important, which is that they don't understand the voters, including the Republican voters and the undecided voters. They think, oh, if I go more towards traditional Republicans by being neocon and loving corporate CEOs and stuff, I'm going to get Republican votes. But you're on the old political spectrum of right and left when you should be on the political spectrum of populist or establishment, right? So when you're going more towards the establishment, you're not necessarily picking up right-wing votes. Like, they're not interested in Jeb Bush. I mean, there's like 7 Republicans left in the country who like the Bushes and the Cheneys.
All low energy.
Yeah.
And so, SM, you're right that $15 is a joke, but it's a joke that they haven't fucking done that yet. $15, the Fight for 15 is a campaign that's like 10 years old now, right? And obviously the cost of living has gone way up in the wake of that. But this is, how crazy is it that they haven't even done this? How crazy is it that they haven't even done this?
Like, they think, no, and this is part of their delusion that is so important, because they still think that as soon as Trump is gone, no, the Republican Party is going to go right back to Mitch McConnell and Bob Dole and Mitt Romney and stuff, and because that's how Republican voters actually think, and we're in some period that's an aberration, and that once Trump leaves, the fever will break. No, the party has changed completely. Now, Trump is pro-war, and he's a giant liar, but his base is actually anti-war.
His base is, that's correct, yeah.
And I almost said when.
No, they're not. They are not. They would love a war with Iran. They would love a fucking war with China. They are not anti-war. What they are is pro-Putin, right? They want a war with different countries. But Trump tried to start a war in Iran. Trump did acts of war against Iran, and it's only by like the luck that he didn't successfully start a war against Iran. Oh my God, these two are hopeless.
Yeah, because right now he is winning. But if he wins, And then he goes and starts.
Oh my God, 2009, Robin C says. So it's even, yeah, we're talking about like a 15-year-old campaign.
A giant war in the Middle East, which he almost certainly will do. His base is, parts of his base, of course, a huge part of his base.
They're full of shit, Jink. They're full of shit. If you believe that, you're more of a sucker. And you're more sucked into this fucking IDW, RFK, Vivek Ramaswamy nexus than I thought. If you actually fucking believe that, you are gone.
Going to be like, yes, sir, we always wanted a war, sir. What else do you want, dear leader? How can we get you more money, right? Etc. But a significant, and they're going to be shocked by this, a significant chunk of his base is going to go, we said no war. What part of that was confusing?
In fact, I mean, look, we have fairly recent history.
So full of shit. If it's a Trump war, it's a good war. They love Trump, right? The fucking, like, most peaceful president or whatever the fuck they say about Trump, that is a fucking slogan.
To reflect on, right? I mean, I remember when Trump was about to do a strike in Iran and start a war with Iran in his term, his first term. The actual America First crowd within his base.
Yeah, lest we forget that Trump droned Yemen harder than Obama did.
We're furious about it. And so.
Are you serious? Please show me the money. Please show me the receipts. Please show me anything. I don't believe her. I don't know where the fuck you got that. They were mad at him for I never saw any right-winger have any sort of any MAGA supporter have any sort of problem with the assassination of Soleimani. I never saw any of that.
Real, right? Like that contingent within his base does exist. So we'll see how this all plays out. But, you know, the messaging from Kamala Harris herself in the context of this town hall was also fascinating. She reflected on her time as a United States Senator, and here's what she had to say about her favorite part of serving in that role.
When I was in the Senate for those 4 years that I was there, my favorite committee was the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I'm going to tell you why. We would walk into that meeting.
Wait, what? PBD tried to sell the war on Iraq, war with Iran to Trump? You're talking about recently, right, Philip Blair?
In a skiff, which is a secure room. We'd have to leave our cell phones out.
But are you aware that Donald Trump committed acts of war against Iran, which in a normal circumstance would result in a declaration of war against you during his term?
The press, with all due respect, were not allowed in, no cameras. People would walk in, Democrats and Republicans, take off their suit jacket, roll up their sleeves, and we dispense with who was a Republican and who was a Democrat.
We're all funded by the same donors and weapons manufacturers and private contractors. I loved the Senate Intelligence Committee meetings. Anyway, maybe I'm being unfair, but really, that was your favorite part? That was your favorite part of being a senator?
So guys, that goes to the same exact thing we were just talking about.
Yeah, and some of this like rhetoric that Kamala uses, I don't even know who it's targeting. When she talks about, we have the most deadly army, right? The most lethal armed forces in the world. Like, who is she fucking appealing to? Raytheon?
You live in a world where you think the fever is going to break and it's Republicans and Democrats. I'm going to get more Republicans if I tell them I'm bipartisan and in favor of the intelligence community that has launched so many.
It is in a large way a failure to adjust, a failure to recognize the change in the political zeitgeist.
Many disastrous wars and has taken all of our money. And
Rob MC says Anna is being unfair. They were all being servants of imperialism.
Thrown it in the garbage or to the defense contractors, etc. Well, yeah, if you were in the 1990s, that would work. I know it's stunning, but that's because people only watch television. And in television, they told you, oh, bipartisan is amazing. Bipartisan is the greatest thing in the world. When they agree to invade Iraq, it's awesome. When they agree to do corporate tax cuts, it's awesome, right? So, but if you live in the real world today, saying that you love the intelligence committee is going more towards the establishment, not towards the populist, undecided, independent / right-wing voters that you want to capture. So you just literally don't understand who the voting base is. And so it's guys stuck in politics that are decades.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And they can't snap out of it. They can't see clearly. So no matter how much.
So far, I mean, I have some, points of contention with them, but their diagnosis of the problem with the Kamala campaign is not is fairly accurate.
How much they see, they go, no, we're going to get those Bob Dole voters. Bob Dole's
I'm just wondering, how do they get from here to blaming the far left?
Oh, brother.
Because it sounds like your criticism is of the center left, right? How do we get from here to the problem is the far left?
You're in a different planet.
One more clip from their Wisconsin town hall, and then I want to turn to the pressure campaign to reward Liz Cheney. Okay, but first, final clip from this town hall.
The world is watching this election, and our allies are worried. Because the reality is that when we as the United States of America walk in these rooms around the world, we walk in chin up, shoulders back, with the earned and self-appointed authority to talk about the importance of democracy and rule of law.
Miskatonic says, Carlin used to point out when the Democrats and Republicans work together, we're really screwed.
And being a role model, this is a room of role models, we know as a role model, people watch what you do to see if it matches up to what you say. One of my very real fears, Charlie, to be candid, is I hope that we as the American people fully understand how important America is to the world.
She said that with a straight face. Like I think she really believes what she just said. You want to talk about the rule of law? Does that include international law? Does that include international law?
No, of course not, no.
As the United States is aiding and abetting and providing cover for all sorts of war crimes that are currently being committed by our ally Israel.
Yes, again, they're stuck in the 1990s. They think we'll just.
I mean, I agree with that. I feel like in their mind, in Kamala's mind, the constituency that she's perceiving as receiving this message and resonating with it is an audience that existed in the 1990s, in the 2000s, maybe in the 2010s, but it's an audience that doesn't exist now. It's a constituency that doesn't exist now.
Lie and no one will catch us. We'll pretend we're for the rule of law and we'll let Israel break every law there is, commit every war crime that is, and we'll fund it, and no one will notice because we'll have Chris Matthews, who you're going to see, he's back in a second, and Morning Joe and all those guys lie and tell everybody that Israel's a moral army that isn't breaking any laws. So, but the internet exists. The entire Democratic leadership class is frozen in amber in the 1990s. And they still think like, oh, we'll just get Morning Joe and The View to tell our propaganda and we'll win this election. No, people aren't interested. Look here, guys, another giant point. So these are super rough numbers, but it doesn't matter what the numbers are because the scale is right? So a lot of people make this point online. There's about 4 million Republicans that you could potentially maybe get if you're the Kamala Harris campaign, but there's 26 million progressives. Okay.
I know, but who cares about them?
But those progressives are not sure whether they're going to vote for you or they're going to vote third party or they're going to stay.
But you know what you really need to do, Kamala? You need to shit on trans people, right? If you want to get those progressives, right? What Anna is going to come up with. You need to disassociate yourself from all these sweaty activists. And anyone who thinks that Black Lives Matter, anybody who wants to defund the police and fund social programs so that the degree of policing of our communities isn't as necessary, right? That's who you gotta do. That's who you gotta punch.
Because they're so bothered by your policy on Gaza, and they're bothered by the fact that the Democrats barely ever deliver. Did it ever occur to anyone on Kamala Harris' team, and this is a legitimate question, and I think the answer is no. Did it ever occur to any of them that you might want to pick up progressive votes? Isn't that amazing that it seems like it's never—
But not progressive votes, not actual progressive votes. The TYT progressive votes, where we throw, half of our constituencies under the fucking bus and say, yeah, they're not with us. Fuck them.
Even occurred to them. Do you see Bernie Sanders being pushed out? Do you see a town hall that Kamala Harris is doing with Bernie Sanders or someone along those lines? And talking about healthcare and talking about higher wages.
Healthcare is not even on anyone's.
Yeah, Spot 97 agreed that America is the asshole nation, and it scares the hell out of the rest of the world because they're gonna blow it up.
Radar in this election. Okay, the opportunity to—
I'm fucking dehydrated.
The very temporary influence and power progressives had in this.
Here we go. So how did we get here?
Sanders.
Because we're 15 minutes into a 25-minute video, and I have been surprised at how little I disagree with Jink and Anna. I have agreed with them way more than I expected, but here we—
Or someone along those lines. And talking about health.
Okay, healthcare and higher wages, right? The two issues that Anna rests her progressive bona fides on, at the expense of all the groups that she wants to throw under the bus.
Yeah. And talking about higher wages.
Healthcare is not even on anyone's radar in this election.
That's right, because if you care about trans rights, you obviously don't care about healthcare. You don't care about Medicare for all. If you care about, police brutality, police violence, and the communities that it disproportionately impacts, you don't care about a minimum wage. That's right, Anna. We cannot walk and chew gum at the same time.
Okay, the opportunity to actually use the very temporary influence and power progressives had in this country was squandered. It was, and we're gonna talk about that later on the show. It was squandered, and now there is no discussion about improving our healthcare system.
I'm trying to understand what she means. Does she mean institutional power that progressives had? And at what point, right? I mean, there's a theoretical, say Bernie Sanders had been selected instead of Hillary Clinton and had beaten Donald Trump, but that didn't happen. That's not reality. That never happened. All right. So let's go. Joe Biden gets elected, has a majority in the House, has a majority in the Senate for his first 2 years. Is that the power that progressives had that was squandered? Because Joe Biden said trans rights? Because Kamala Harris said Black Lives Matter? Wait, what does she mean?
There is no discussion about any of the economic populist ideas that progressives purported to care about, but didn't fight for, okay? They fought for other things that ended up leading to a lot of backlash among the electorate. And that's why we are here today talking about the Democratic Party moving toward the neocons. And I'm pissed about that.
Yeah.
But I'm the right winger, right? I'm the right winger because I don't like the neocons, because I don't like the wars, because I want economic policies, not this garbage.
Actually, this is incoherent. Does she think that the activist radical leftists are uncritical about Kamala Harris's, neocon pivot? Is that what she thinks?
So look, I get why.
I'm the right winger.
On that front, if you don't know what Anna's referring to, so I get that people who are looking at it at a surface level and didn't watch Anna's interview with Jillian Michaels or any other things that she said on this show and other places, they might go, oh, she's really disgruntled with the Democratic Party.
I am.
Okay, and hence, in my binary mind, I think that means she's a right-winger. Right?
I'm not.
Okay, but what I can't understand is that people who did watch the interview and people who do hear you on the Young Turks going, oh, she really upset at Democrats for being pro-neocon, pro-corporate CEOs. She wants them to be more populist, care about universal health care, higher wages, getting out of Gaza. That's why she's a right-winger. But wait, does Do facts matter anymore?
No,
Does
they
policy
don't.
matter anymore?
They don't,
Does
because-
reality matter?
I'm sorry. I don't know what this is other than possibly stealing Chapel Roan's valor, right? It's a stolen valor. Anna, you're not Chapel Roan, right? Because yes, Chapel Roan says trans rights. She's not trying to appeal. I mean, like, so what they're describing as happening to Anna is literally what happened to Chapel Roan. Like, right? That's that issue. That's not who you are. You're not somebody who says, you know, trans rights with your chest. You're somebody who says move away these homeless encampments.
Because the aesthetics of progressivism is far more important than actual progressivism, actual policies that lift people up, that actually help marginalized people across the board.
She's like, can I get in on some of the stolen valor, please?
Economic policies that do lead to increased wages and things like that. That stuff doesn't matter. That stuff doesn't matter because we have fragmented activist groups who have.
And this is something that the Vanguard was talking about, is that like the overarching vibe of TYT right now is this, right? And while, you know, there is some appreciation amongst the old school TYT fans of Jink like slamming down the newspaper saying, USA Today, you fucking suck, right? Like whilst that was part of the TYT formula, the overall vibe was fun, was positive. They knew how to be funny. They knew how to, you know, keep their vibe. And this isn't Anna being incensed by, you know, the news media's incalcitrance towards what's going on in Gaza. This isn't Anna being incensed at Kamala's pivot to the right. This is Anna being incensed that there's somebody to the left of her. This is Anna being incensed at her personal grievances. This is Anna being incensed for being called out for her right-wing pivot. And I don't think that's even popular with the, you know, the low information TYT viewers that have stuck around even after TYT's rightward pivot.
Have their little pet project that they shove down everyone's throat. And if you don't agree 100%, well, then you must be a right winger. I'm done with this dumb politics, okay? This is dumb, totally dumb.
So now that brings us to Chris Matthews, because Chris Matthews is going to tell you who the new Democratic Party is. And then you tell me if the new Democratic Party is to the left of us or to the right of us.
Yeah, tell me how this tastes, progressives. Take a look.
I wouldn't think a few years ago I would ever be singing the praises of a Cheney member of the family, a member of that family. I really did not like the Iraq War, and I didn't like the neocons, and Cheney was leading them all, and he took us into that war and it killed almost 200,000.
I'm sorry, why are you asking progressives how this tastes? We're looking at Chris Matthews. We're looking at Morning Joe Scarborough. I mean, we're essentially looking at rebranded neocons. I don't know what you're talking about.
People in Iraq, and it served no purpose. Those two women, as you say, on that stage is remarkable because there's such courage there from Liz Cheney. And I cannot say anything that would stop me from.
Chris Matthews was forced off television for saying Bernie Sanders would execute him in Central Park. I forgot about that. Was that really what it was? I thought he had a Me Too scandal.
I'm saying she's been unbelievable. I also want to say something about the Democrats. If you're going to use her, repay her when you get in office. Don't just act like you're giving a little nod to a Republican. Clean up some of your act. You got problems, Democrats. You don't have all the answers. You got to do much tougher action on the border. You have to get.
Yeah, that's the problem with Democrats. They're not right-wing enough. Good diagnosis, Chris Matthews.
Serious about it.
I almost said Chris Hansen, because again, this guy's fucking irrelevant.
Okay, so Chris Matthews, and I'll tell you what role he's played in mainstream media if you're too young to remember, because it's an amazing role, and he just played it again there. I like that they brought back like a legend of the television screen news actor extraordinaire to give this speech. So he's like, now remember, Democrats, be more Republican and make sure that you're not just using the Cheneys as window dressing. Give them real power.
Yeah, a
so
cabinet.
we can go back to starting more wars.
A cabinet position.
But remember, Chris Matthews was against the Iraq War and against the Cheneys. Was he? Because I was around. We've been around 22 years, longest running show in internet history. And we covered Chris Matthews when he was massively for the Iraq War. Later, like Trump, he lied about it, okay? I got the quotes to prove it to you. I know because I put them in my book, tyt.com/justice, to get Justice is Coming. Here's some of the quotes. May 1st, 2003. You remember when Bush landed on the aircraft carrier with the giant mission accomplished banner? In fact, that was the one thing that Bush said was a mistake, because he preemptively declared that we had accomplished the mission and that Iraq War was over and we had won and they had thrown roses at our feet, right? And then, oops, it turns out we hadn't won.
Yeah, Sasha G, I think it was Central Park. I think that's what. Yeah, I remember that. But I thought, wasn't there something else? Wasn't there like I thought there were like that Chris Matthews had done something in the workplace that was inappropriate too. Am I misremembering? Am I mixing him up with some other shitty MSNBC host?
And it was a disaster. This is what Chris Matthews said on that night when he gave the worst speech of his presidency, George W. Bush, and was humiliated, so much so that he admitted it later. Matthews said about Bush, he won the war. He was an effective commander. Everybody recognizes that, I believe, except a few critics, okay? And then he said that this landing on the aircraft carrier, pretending to be a pilot, when he hid the entire Vietnam War not being a pilot.
Okay, so these are little like nods to when TYT was good, why some people respect TYT, the difference between TYT and the mainstream media at the time, which was in lockstep, cheerleading the Iraq War, and only really criticized the Iraq War after 2006 when it became apparent that this was not what Bush had represented it as. The weapons of mass destruction, they weren't there. The the idea that it's going to be in and out, super easy war, mission accomplished, bullshit. Americans died, in Fallujah, and I mean that's just on the, the American casualties were more than the American people were willing to stomach. And not to mention, if you give a fuck about the the harm that we caused to the Iraqi people.
He said, this was, quote, an amazing display of leadership. He didn't actually go into the war. He did a photo op, you schmuck.
Oh, wait, so am I right? The official reason that Chris Matthews was fired was actually sexual harassment? Not the yeah, I was kind of like I don't believe that he's gonna get fired for being overly critical of Bernie. Like nobody in the fucking world ever got fired for being too hard on Bernie Sanders.
But wait, it gets worse. Last one. We're proud of our president. Americans love having a guy as president, a guy who has a little swagger, who's physical, who's not a complicated guy. They want a guy who's president. Women like a guy who's president. Check it out. The women like this war. I think we like having a hero as our president. It's simple.
God damn.
He just told you that he was against the Iraq War.
And he
this
also,
morning on Morning Joe.
Yeah, and he also demanded that the Democratic Party, should Kamala Harris win, provide.
I'm sure what he meant was that eventually, like most Americans, including the Americans who cheerleaded it, who watched the Iraq War, was particularly disgusting because it was an event that was binge watched by Americans, right? The journalists were embedded with American troops, and it was a media event. It was a cable news event, right? To watch this go down and watch how dominant the United States military could be against Saddam Hussein's military. See them put up the you know, the leaders within the Ba'ath Party and the you know, Iraq military as cards. Like, right, this one's the ace of this one's the ace of hearts. This one's the queen of spades, right? And you know, will they get this one? Apparently, the U.S. I think they actually gave out packs of cards with these Iraqi officials that they wanted to take down, that they wanted to capture or kill or otherwise neutralize, in packs of cards, right? That they would.
A cabinet position for Liz Cheney for her incredible leadership. Now, Liz Cheney did the right thing once in her career by fighting back against what Donald Trump intended to do in overturning the 2020 presidential election. For that, she deserves credit. She blew up her whole political career in order to do the right thing. She deserves credit for that.
So again, most of this video I don't necessarily disagree with. And yeah, like, I mean, I almost appreciate, I kind of, like, Chad, I gotta be honest, I forgot why I ever had any positive feelings towards TYT. I forgot. And, you know, their criticism of Chris Matthews and figures like that is, you know, sort of emblematic of what was good about TYT, or at least in comparison to the mainstream media, what was good about TYT. So you know, by and large, this is not. In fact, both videos, like, right, if there's parts of them that I don't disagree with, but the fact that Anna has to just air her grievance against the radical left in the middle of that and blame the Kamala Harris pivot, right? On people that are progressive and that say it with their chests, and that aren't trying to look for, you know, groups to throw under the bus or issues to show how heterodox their thinking is, you know, looking for chances to appeal to a intellectual dark web audience.
Policies have been and always will be dog crap. And I don't want that to be absorbed into the Democratic Party. Okay, you should want to support a party that actually.
And how are we going to keep that from happening? By keeping trans women from participating in sports. By making sure that no medical health, no healthcare professional ever uses the word birthing person in any context, right? By making sure that our police are fully funded and that our prisons are full and that homeless people are swept away, just like Newscom, just like Gavin Newsom wants to do, right? They're on fucking board for that. By supporting fucking Republican mayors in Los Angeles. That's how we're gonna. That's how we're gonna keep the Liz Cheney neocon energy from being absorbed into the Democratic Party. Yeah, wonderful.
Represents your values.
Yeah. So guys, last thing on this.
I just like
Campos says, I don't remember him getting Me Too'd.
What's the point of supporting a party that doesn't represent your values unless all you care about is the name brand?
That's what it is, 100%. So, and yeah, of course, I'm voting against Trump, and I'm gonna vote for Kamala Harris because I'm voting against Trump, because Trump's a lunatic. And Republicans, try nominating a non-lunatic, you might win in a landslide. Anyways, so I told you, what's the role of Chris Matthews in American media? His job is to be the pretend Democrat that pushes the Democrats to the right. So that's why he worked for Tip O'Neill, and who was a legendary Democrat back in the 1970s. And they would always use that in their marketing. Chris Matthews, lifelong Democrat who worked for Speaker of the House, Tip O'Neill, even he agrees Dick Cheney's absolutely right about everything. George Bush is an American hero who won the Iraq War and saved all of our lives. Even Chris Matthews agrees. So they brought him back to do that. Why? Because Joe Scarborough, who was also...
Yeah, Chad, I'm left with more I gotta be honest with you. I'm left with more questions than answers after this, right? I wonder how much, like, my, you know, affection for TYT was just a facet of how bad the mainstream media was at the time. Chris Matthews was an anchor at MSNBC, which at the time, I believe their slogan was "Lean Forward," right? They were trying to be the Fox News of the left. They were trying to like they were appealing to a left-wing audience, right? So in other words, MSNBC was as far left as you're going to get on cable news. I wonder how much of my positive association with old school TYT was a facet of the fact that they're just not there weren't good media sources around, and how much they were different back then. How real the home of the progressives really was. Their vibes were better. The Vanguard, I think, pointed that out in their coverage of this. But
so a Republican, Nicole Walz is a Republican, Michael Steele is a Republican, Nicole Walz is a Republican. Almost the entire MSNBC lineup are Republicans. And they've taken over the Democratic Party. And here they are, 2 Republicans pretending to be Democrats, telling you we got to bring back the Bushes and the Cheneys so that the Democratic Party could be more grown up. And if you don't remember, Chris Matthews also said,
yeah, Robin MC, that's an apt comparison. Yeah, like Jon Stewart and Bill Maher also were people that were considered progressives at one time. Maybe Jon Stewart still by some people to a greater extent, obviously, than Bill Maher. So the question is, did they change, or did the media landscape change?
When they all panicked that Bernie might win in 2020, he did a segment where he said if Bernie Sanders wins,
oh, here we go,
he might get executed in Central Park because he's such a communist.
He's a goddamn communist.
Okay, so that's who these guys are. And if you think they're to the left of us or the old Democratic Party or Bernie Sanders, you just don't understand anything.
Wait, I'm sorry.
They're to the left of us or the old Democrat.
If you think Kamala Harris? What is Jinx saying? I don't understand. I honestly don't understand this. What's up, Lisa? Joe Scarborough left the Republican Party because of Trump.
Democratic Party or Bernie Sanders, you just don't understand anything. Okay, you literally don't understand politics at all. No, they've gone massively right-wing, and it is not populist. It is pro-establishment. It is corporate media and corporate politicians saying, this party's ours. We want the Democratic Party, and we're in control of the Democratic Party. So it's a fair criticism to say, then Jeng, why are you even voting for them? Because the other guy says, hey, if I don't like my vice president, he should be murdered, and we should terminate the Constitution. So please, someone nominate a non-lunatic, non-warmonger, non-corporate pleaser. But America, because bribery is legal, that is.
Yeah. So again, wild. Like not a and look, I'm upfront about this. I don't disagree with every single video of TYT, with every single stance that they take. They are like selectively bad. But that's in a way what makes them dangerous. It's because they want to represent the left. And their version of the left is a left without trans rights, a left with no concern of the bloated police budgets, the militarization of the police, the over expenditure of money that could be going to social programs, to law enforcement, the disproportionate effect of law enforcement, the disproportionate effect of police brutality and violence on those communities. A left that sees the homeless as a problem rather than homelessness as a problem. And that's not a left that I want to be a part of. Right? It is very much an attempt to commandeer progressive populist energy and like fuse it with the Tulsi Gabbards of the world, with the RFK Juniors. This motherfucker came how close to supporting the candidacy of RFK fucking Jr. God, can you imagine if that was the left wing of American politics? Why they are still saying home of progressives? I don't know. Look, the Vanguard's assessment was that, you know, what you and they didn't cover this part, right? They covered the just to be clear, they covered the Ben Shapiro. Wait, I think was this it? Yeah, I think this was it. Yeah, they covered these tweets.
Something right now. Bernie's cat.
They covered the Bernie's cat blow up and the, you know, the inability of Anna Kasparian to call Ben Shapiro a liar, which should be the easiest thing in the world. How can he suggest that Republicans are in any way capable of nominating a good candidate? Wait, Jink did that? The ruling class is punishing us for daring to want better in 2020. That's all this is. I watched them for a hot second in what must have been the early 2010s. Republicans, try naming a non-lunatic. Oh my god, you might win in a landslide. You're a lunatic, Chink. Is that what you want? The Republican agenda? Yeah, you're right, Crotchy, that that essentially Trump is just the vessel, and that Project 2025 agenda is what will likely fill in. Any Republican that's got any standing right now has that standing by being at least amenable to the MAGA agenda. So what kind of non-lunatic in Jink's world, in Jink's words, Republican are they going to pick? Anna loves the prison industrial complex, especially the women's prison FCI Dublin in California. Jeez. Is Chris Matthews still alive? Yeah, barely. Barely. Games with Doc says, ha ha ha. Supervillain laugh, I guess. Project 2025 is the new Russia for the left. In that you're gaslighting us about it? In that you're gaslighting us about it? Yeah, I guess so. It's a weird thing because it got conflated with some cope from the Hillary Clinton campaign in terms of blaming election interference by, you know, Russia, by Putin's Russia, which we're trying to do. They did have a side that they preferred, but at the same time was not an excuse for her piss poor campaign. Conflating that with Trump's complicity with the new right-wing, I don't know what else to call it, but an axis, right? Not just Putin, Orban, Netanyahu, right? There, the current president of, or is it the prime minister of Italy, Milei in Argentina, right? They used Rush. Oh my God, Gaines, are you a Jimmy Dore fan? I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from here. You think that Bernie lost because of what with Russia? I really want to know what you're thinking here. The orange man bad. Oh my God. I mean, I want to give you the benefit of the doubt here. I want to give you some credit in that the utilization, the Democrats do use Trump as a way not to have any, positive progressive policy, especially on economics, as a way to win the election without making any sort of promises that they're going to do something about, say, the minimum wage or I feel like you're the one that's on Trump's dick and balls. And possibly Jimmy Dore's dick as well. But I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from. I don't want to shove that down your throat if you're not actually trying to glaze up Jimmy Dore. I really want to understand what you're saying and give you credit for what you are. Like there's just a difference though between there's a difference between acknowledging that there's a lot of cope from the Hillary Clinton campaign, that she and she alone lost the 2016 election, that Bernie Sanders would have very likely defeated Donald Trump, and saying, like, I'd rather have Trump. Like saying that, well, at least he's anti-establishment or some shit like that. Conflating Trump with Bernie is memeing a little too close to the sun, I think. My little echo chamber. Do I have a little echo chamber here? Or are you coming in here with a preconceived notion of something you know very little about? What exactly? What exactly are we doing here on the politics side of Twitch? We're in Twitch poll, chat. It's true what they say. I'm 100% Twitch poll through and through because I'm having this conversation with whoever's in the category. They used Russia to ruin Bernie. I'm trying to understand. The Bernie Bro. So wait, you're acknowledging that the Bernie Bros was a thing, despite the fact that the Bernie coalition was not like some kind of sausage party? Like, really, you're buying Hillary Clinton's fucking bullshit meme? Like, this Bernie Bros canard was literally that's what they sandbagged Bernie with, right? Was the idea that his movement represented some kind of a frat boy, like that was the main fucking knife that got put into Bernie, was the idea that actually Bernie is sexist and racist, and Hillary Clinton is the one who actually is further to the left, right? Bernie's some kind of a weird, You were doing some stretching. Nice. People need to stop conflating libs and most Dems with the left. Yeah, you do. And you do it well, Lady Badash. It's an echo chamber. Can you imagine a real echo chamber where people were afraid to point out that I was saying Lynn Cheney instead of Liz Cheney? They're like, no, that's right, Irene. It's Lynn Cheney. Sure, whatever you say. Anna covered that story before or during her prison glazing. Oh, wait, which one? I haven't seen this story, Lady Badash. Maybe we'll have to look into this. Something TYT covered, I take it. Gloria Steinem. Really? Wow. That's a flashback. Is Gloria Steinem still alive? Because if I feel like if she is, there's like a 50-50 chance she's a TERF. What's up, Buffy? Gaines with HGH. Wait, did Gaines come back? I was just trying to figure out where Gaines was coming from. I don't know. At first I thought like maybe I was like jumping to a conclusion by saying by being like, are you a Jimmy Dore fan? But I don't know. There's some brain rot there for sure. There is some brain rot there for sure. I mean, look, sadly enough, Jimmy Dore is all the proof that you need that there were some Bernie supporters that have, like, I don't know, have turned into Trump apologists. Vegan Gains. No, it was somebody else it was somebody in Twitch chat. Yeah, Vegan Gains. We're going to debate Vegan Gains chat. Are you ready? I've gotten so big that Vegan Gains wants to debate me now. Vegan Gains wants the smoke. Bernie did have some issues with racism and sexism amongst his supporters. Bernie had kind of a failure of outreach, I think, more than anything. Right? Yeah, there were people that there were constituencies that had supported Hillary Clinton despite her track record of calling black children super predators, right? And they didn't really know who Bernie Sanders was. So, these are constituencies that if they really understood, if there was more, if they were able to do better outreach in terms of explaining Hillary Clinton's real track record, along with Bernie Sanders' track record. Yeah, Bernie's definitely not blameless. But what Hillary Clinton tried to do was characterize a movement that was, more female, more gay, in a lot of ways, more diverse than her own supporters, as being, reactionary, as being simply a way to avoid a female president, right? That was the agenda. They're against the first female president. And like nobody in the Bernie movement was against having a woman president, but they just knew that Hillary Clinton is the wrong person for the job. As many problems as I have with Kamala Harris and her campaign, I feel like a lot better about like her, being the first female president than Hillary. Like Hillary comes with the baggage of the worst of the Democratic Party institutions. And I'm not talking about just the Democratic Party. I'm talking about the era of the Democratic Party, which became afraid of its own shadow. The era of the Democratic Party, which turned away from the New Deal consensus, which in and of itself wasn't perfect, but turned away towards a more Reagan-esque type of politics, right? That the way that we're going to succeed as the Democratic Party is by glazing up Ronald Reagan, embracing his policies, and just being like, 1 or 2 degrees to the left of the Republican Party. And that is still a problem that afflicts the current Democratic Party, even under Harris. Previous call on Bender? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, you're tuning in because you got bored with another stream. Is that it? Glad to have you, regardless. Final level of being a content creator on YouTube, a sword duel to the death with vegan gains. That's how it works. Well, that's how you get that's how you get from 10,000 to 100,000. If you can beat vegan gains, you get to become a 100,000 strong YouTube account. And if you don't, then you languish. Early voting is underway. Wait, Lady Badash is explaining the prison, the Kasparian. It's a prison that's now closed after systematic essay and human rights abuses were committed by guards. The judge appointed by a special counsel. It was shut down before they were dispatched. Some people supported Bernie just because he wasn't Hillary. You and vegan gains don't make the same kind of content. I know. No, I was arguing with a chatter in Twitch, and their name was like Gains or something. And so some people in YouTube chat thought that I was talking to vegan gains. That's the problem with having, with multi-streaming, right? Is that it's really hard to like connect the streams. And there's some parts, some platforms really don't want you to. Like, for instance, if I were to stream, if one of my streams was on TikTok, I could never show even that. See? That's YouTube chat that what Metal was saying. And if I were to show YouTube chat, I could get banned on TikTok. TikTok will ban you for anything. In fact, I've been banned. My TikTok account has been banned before. When I criticized Matt Walsh, his fans came and mass reported me, and TikTok's moderation is so dog shit that they just are like, oh, well, I guess she was, I guess she was, promoting hate content or whatever the fuck they said. Ironic, since it's Matt Walsh, the ultimate purveyor of hate content. But luckily, they did accept my ban appeal, so that was good. Bernie was a class reductionist. Yeah, I don't know about that. Bernie's got problems. Don't get me wrong. And those really came out during the Israeli invasion of Gaza. But I don't think that class reductionism is one of those. If you want to talk about class reductionism in the Bernie campaign, I'd say that you got a lot more to complain about with people like Brianna Joy Gray than with Bernie himself. Is Matt Walsh on TikTok? I'm sure his content is. I don't know about he himself, but the fans of Matt Walsh, right? When I do content like, so my TikTok content was just like uploads of clips essentially to TikTok and then just kind of turned into a TikTok format, turned into a vertical format. And so, you know, when those would get uploaded, they, you know, that Matt Walsh would be in the title of those videos, and so his fans would show up and get mad and they just try to figure out something. They love reporting accounts for like hate speech, you know, when they're pushing back against hate speech. And TikTok is just, the moderation is just not there. Like the actual human moderation is just not there. And whatever the fuck they've got doing, you know, going as far as their automated moderation is dog shit. Yeah, but the idea that the Bernie campaign was made up of cis white het dudes is just like, that's literally a lie from Hillary that some people accepted at face value, right? That because Bernie himself is a white, you know, male cis het dude, that his campaign, that the energy, that the activists, that the supporters of Bernie were like a frat house. And as somebody who was part of that campaign, I beg to fucking differ, right? I never was a delegate, you know, to the, but I did get sort of looped into going to like I think the first and second meeting. So like how it works is if you're caucusing for a candidate, for a Democratic candidate, you know, you show up at the caucus, right? And you meet in a group, a small group, right? That is basically, you know, will oftentimes be your neighbors, right? Oftentimes they're grouped by where you live, and you discuss the candidates before you vote, and then once you vote, if you are on the side of the candidate that wins, or you know, then they need somebody to go to the district, right? There's a district caucus after the initial caucus, and represent, you know, your like neighborhood or whatever, right? And because there was nobody else to stand in as, I think, an alternate or something like that, right? I think I was an alternate, right? There was nobody else, you know, in our group that was like, I will show up and I will make sure that these votes get cast for Bernie. I was, you know, I was for like, and I didn't want it to just like, because like the danger is that if nobody from your area, from your neighborhood, from your, you know, group shows up at the district thing, then they could possibly throw it to the other candidate. Theoretically, it won't definitely happen, but it could happen. And so, you know, I was like, all right, well, if we've got to have an alternate, I will go. And I was there and I was kind of like, hey, I need to know, is the delegate here? Have the delegates made it? You know? And I was like running all over that place, just trying to be like, I'm an alternate. I am a student. I have got a biochem exam to take that is very, very important to me. But I'm going to hang around until I know for sure that the people that are supposed to be there as delegates are actually there, because I'm the alternate. I'm the like last resort. And so, you know, yeah, so I got kind of drafted into that. And yeah, like, you know, I got to meet the Bernie people, and no, they're not, you know, it wasn't broy, it wasn't fratty. It was, in fact, if anything, this Hillary side was more like that. But again, that's just a little subsection. Some bros just want free healthcare and to be able to retire at a reasonable age. I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously there's some Jimmy Dores there, right? Like Jimmy Dore is the kind of person that I wouldn't say But it's just weird to cherry pick like that and be like, yeah, this is what Bernie, and you're kind of falling for Hillary's bullshit if you do that, right? You might have gotten hit with that, and it's a really easy perception to make. You just sort of associate a candidate with a certain kind of person. All you gotta do is see a couple of dudes like that with a Bernie sign or a Bernie hat or a Bernie shirt or something, and you're like, yeah, that's what they are. They're Bernie bros. When in actuality, it's like, you know, probably the queerest constituency of electoral politics that I've ever been involved in.
Izzy Sanche, super chatted $10. Sorry been in hiatus for minute. But here's a dono, and I def am intrigued on the Korean granddad riding a boar.
Let's make that happen. Or see if we can make that happen. I haven't checked the polls, but yeah, that does get us to 78%, which is 22% from hitting that dono goal. Which we should do. I kind of got through the content faster than I thought I would. Normally, I'm still reacting by this time. Like, normally I bite off more than I can chew. This time I made a point not to. But yeah, no, I'm not, like, I'm under no illusions about Bernie Sanders as a candidate or even, you know, the people that supported him. But I do think that Hillary Clinton misrepresented the fuck out of both his, you know, stands on these issues. Remember, Hillary Clinton, super predator, right? That wasn't Bill Clinton that called black kids super predators. That was Hillary Clinton. And for all his problems and all his shortcomings, there is not an issue on which you can find, well, actually, you know, Hillary is kind of to the left of him on. Nope, never. Not a single time. It was all gaslighting and perception. Is there a cross between a boar and a hog? Is that called a whore? It could be, but doesn't whore mean like HOAR is like white-haired? Right? Like, the hoarfrost. Sorry. HOAR, you know, frost. Yeah, so what does that put us? Let's see. Let's take a look at what's going on right now. AOC versus Fetterman still in the lead, still getting a lot of donos as well, right? Korean Granddad Rides a Boar is in fact in second place this time. That's its I think its best showing so far. And it's getting boosted by donos, but not quite enough to get it in contention with AOC versus Fetterman, because AOC versus Fetterman is just super strong right now. Frost means whore? Oh yeah, so it means frost, right? But it gets used to describe, like, you know, white-haired elderly person, kind of. Yeah, like a hoary sage. A hoary sage, yeah, would be like a white-haired sage, whatever a sage is. Great sage. Rocco George says, I want to change my vote. You know what? It's possible to change your dono vote. I can do that, but I can't actually hack into YouTube and change your vote in the poll itself. You know what we could, though? We could just get rid of this poll and we could re-vote. How does that sound? I'm just kidding. Wait, what is GRRM? never hear the word bore again without thinking of Succession, seeing the boar on the floor. I need to see Succession. Everybody else has seen Succession. Yeah, I got through the content super fast. Kind of atypical for me. Hillary Clinton took Vivarius's vote.
Izzy Sanche super chatted $10. Heck, why not? Another dono for Korean Granddad.
Korean Granddad is coming up. Should I put the should I go ahead and put the okay, let's see. That's plus 28. And then AOC versus Fetterman is plus 43. So just to make it a little easier to, that's my one regret about the bonus content, is that like it's hard to see exactly what's ahead unless I like tell you. 70. Wow, that's a strong showing. Look at that. Wait, is that right? Did I do that right? It is. It's 70. It's getting a lot of votes and it's getting a lot of donos, so it's at 70. And then this one is 20. It's 50. No, it's
Narwhal underscore by super chatted $12. AOC or So Life will unmod me.
Wait, your Soul Life is Soul Life. You're gonna use your dark power to unmod people. Wait, what's this one got? I can't add, chat. I think it's 51. Yeah, it's 51. Okay, that's right. That's 51, and then I gotta add more. Sasha G, thank you for the gifted membership to Volt. Wait, so I'm adding this, so that's 80, 90. 90, and then 93. And then that goes to AOC. That's 12 to AOC, which means that this turns into 39, and 39 plus 43 is actually 82, which makes sense because that's 12 more than 70. Okay. So yeah, AOC still way ahead. Still a very strong showing for this one. We might actually get AOC this time. Math be damned. I know, especially when I'm the one doing the math. I'm always afraid that I'm going to piss people off by fucking up the math. 10 short from the goal, that's true. It's just wild to think, chat. Like, I mean, it's such a, like, it doesn't really, Korean Granddad is doing what Korean pop balloons couldn't do in the polls. Oh, the poop balloons. Yeah, the poop balloons never came over the demilitarized zone, right? That's what we were waiting for. We were waiting for the poop balloons to come down from North Korea and rain on our parade. Never saw Succession, but I was an extra. What? Oh, that's amazing, Rocco. I have never gotten to do that.
Izzy Sanche super chatted $10. This should have hit the dono goal. Still voting on Korean Granddad, but I'm good for whatever wins.
Oh, it goes past the dono goal. By 3. Korean Granddad gets more juice. And it's 61. So it's 61 to 81 right now. Looks like Fetterman's got, I mean, a lead of 21, which seems like it would be. Yeah, no, it hit the goal for sure. Wait, did you get it to? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Like who got the goal to 100? Like, right? Who gets the credit for that? In some ways, we all do. in some ways, you know, Thumb Gang does too, and anybody that's voting in the poll is helping get it. But yeah, but it's kind of like, who was the 1,000th? Chat, we'll never know. Who was with the 1,000th sub? Was it? It's probably some random person from Shorts chat. It's got to be some random person from Shorts chat that was the 1,000th sub. Sorry, 1,000th? Why am I underestimating myself again? The 10,000th sub. It's a pretty good night, yeah. But do you think chat, will they come for me now? That's the question. Like, will it work like clockwork where, oh my god, where just like automatically it's like all of a sudden like we're all donators in a way, yeah. Well, like teamwork makes the dream work. Oh my gosh. And closers get coffee. No, that's not solidarity. That's just capitalist realism. Wait, I gotta do something special though. I gotta do something special. Like for the 10K stream, don't you think? What do you want me to do, chat? What should I do to celebrate 10K? I'm trying to think. For 1K, I made a video? And it's weird because like nobody wants to watch a video that's like, I got to, you know, this many subs. That's not that interesting. Nobody cares. Every time Anna starts talking, at her yelling volume, I think of Taylor Swift's song "You Need to Calm Down." She does in a way, yeah. Yeah, look at the channel. We're actually dance battle. Like, wait, are you talking about like a dance, like a rhythm game dancing battle, or wait, who would I dance battle against? President Sunday. We'll have a dance battle. I don't know, chat. I've heard he's a good dancer. I've heard that Sunday is actually a good dancer. People don't know this about Sunday, but he's a really good dancer. Just like he's a really good villain. But yeah, no, we can't have like, you know, we gotta have a villain of the week. We can't have like the same villain every week. You know what I'm saying? That gets stale. You gotta move on. We gotta find a new villain. Yeah, I think he's good at dancing. I'm pretty sure I saw him once pull some sick moves. Right? It was just unexpected because you look at Sunday and you don't immediately think good dancer, but he actually is a good dancer. He's got some moves. Like a monkey. Yeah, I'm gonna celebrate with a little build up Irene to beat President Sun. What, to get more subs or something? I mean, I don't. You know, subs aren't everything. His special move was showing his entire butt crack on camera. Yeah, but I felt bad about that, and I never put out the video. I was like, I can't have a video that's like, we're gonna show somebody's butt crack. Or even like blurred, you know what I mean? It was just like, he needs to get that video down, right? So that like nobody, like my big fear was that somebody was going to see my video, like, right? It was covering his, I think he did, oh my God, what's it called? Methodological anarchism, right? Which I had some criticisms, legitimately, of his video on methodological anarchism. But I didn't expect that I would see the, you know, like he kind of showed his ass intellectually and ideologically, but I didn't expect that he would show his ass literally, right? And I knew that if I put that video out, even if I blurred it, that people would then, they'd go find the Sunday video and they'd look at Sunday's butt crack. And it's just, that's not, you can't do that. I don't want to be part of that. I'm not trying to embarrass him like that. Uses his secret move and does the Michael Jackson lean? Hell yeah. No, a training montage to make you... A training montage would help. That's just Tuesday for Sunday. Okay. Can he Charleston? Can Sunday hit a gritty? More about like methanological anarchism? Look, we only do fart content with Donald Trump, I think. How about a cook-off, right? Who do you think is the better chef, me or I bet Sunday's a tough opponent when it comes to cooking. Right? He seems like he probably knows some good recipes. You're gonna duck out for the night? All right. Well, we're about to get. It looks like we're gonna do AOC versus Fetterman. Is that what we're up to? Unless anybody wants to dispute.
There is literally no reason unless you are trying to throw. Him saying you have 30 days to starve out the northern Gazan population makes no discernible sense.
That's not AOC or Fetterman.
All right, y'all. So we have an...
There we go. I think Kyle's got the story for us. What about a dance-off with Kyle? Or like a cook-off with Kyle? Like, chat, should I challenge somebody for the 10K? There he is. Discord watch-along for 100K? So fucked to call black kids super predators. Yeah. I mean, Hillary Clinton is monumentally fucked up. A historically uncharismatic and reactionary candidate, even by Democratic Party standards.
Unlikely feud here to discuss.
So that implies that Republicans would be better. I mean, like, even granted how many Democratic candidates are, you know, reactionary and uncharismatic.
AOC came out the other day and she criticized the Biden administration over unrestrained support of the Israeli government. Now, look, I think it's fair to point out, like, AOC has been one of the better voices in the Democratic Party on this issue.
Oh, we're going into nuance.
But
it
is damning with faint
but
praise, because very famously at the DNC, when she gave her speech, she said Kamala and Joe Biden are working ceaselessly for a ceasefire, endlessly for a ceasefire, something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing.
Ceaselessly for an end fire, yeah.
And that was a lie. That was a lie. She knew that's a lie. They're gaslighting to protect Israel. And they're letting Israel get away with anything and everything, and they're continuing to send money and weapons. If they want to get Israel to stop doing their genocide, you cut off the money, you cut off the weapons, and it's over. It's done. They can't continue, right? They run out of the weapons that they have now eventually, and then what are they going to do, right? So that would get them to fall in line. So she's been very two-faced on this, right? Her rhetoric generally is better in the sense that she also views Palestinians as human beings, but lying to cover for the Biden administration and for Kamala is...
Ooh, challenge Destiny to a poker match. Some of chat knows that I'm actually very good at poker.
Is pretty unacceptable. But she has ramped up her criticism recently of the Israeli government, and my guess is it's because she's seeing the same thing on her timeline that I'm seeing on mine and you're seeing on yours that we cover on this show all the time, which is just an endless barrage of videos of people in hospitals being burned alive and kids being pulled out from underneath rubble with their brain hanging out of their head. And so at a certain point, your humanity kicks in and you go, okay, what the hell, right? So again, she says to the Biden administration, she criticizes them for their unrestrained support of the Israeli government. Good, happy she's saying that, right? I think Bernie Sanders is doing some bill now that would cut off weapons to the Israeli government. Okay, good. Guys, by the way, I should just point out, it's like astonishingly few Congress people are willing to take those. It's like 17 or something like that who are like, yeah, we should cut off weapons to Israel. I mean, just mind-boggling depravity, right? But so AOC criticized the Israeli government. Then guess what? Their little puppet, little sycophantic ogre bitch boy jumps in out of nowhere.
And he's an ogre now.
And he says this, ready? The Trek.
It's all ogre now, chat. We're going to go back to the Shrek is love, Shrek is life.
In Gaza is.
He kind of does. Has anybody Shrek'd him? Is this a thing? Fetterman. Oh my god, I bet Jink would probably goes like Fetterman. Shrek. Do you remember when Jink used to always be like Fetterman? Fetterman Shrek. No, nobody's done it yet. Seriously? Nobody's Shrek'd him. He has not been Shrek'd.
100% on Hamas. Stop using civilians and hospitals as shields. Surrender and release all remaining hostages, and this ends. Oh, I'm just seeing now. I replied to him, and that's... I said your brain is oatmeal to him, and I got 11,000 likes. That's almost a ratio, but it's not. He has 16,000. So, but anyway, so AOC fired back. She says, "I don't know, man. I care about little kids dying. I care about human rights. I care that billions of U.S. tax dollars worth of weapons are carrying out unspeakable atrocities. I care enough for us to do better. Hope this bleak dunk attempt gets you whatever it is you're looking for." This is what we've been looking for from AOC, right? As a co-founder of Justice Democrats, I could tell you the whole idea was we want to do a tea party of the left that holds the Republicans accountable,
Wait.
but also holds the corporate.
Oh, this is kind of disappointing.
And really is a crusading force for the policies that we think would help this country, and it's sort of like a take no prisoners type thing. And this, like, it's rare you see her in these like big feuds.
Chat, it's Charlie Kirk. That's who made the fucking tweet. I don't know why I couldn't find this when I... Did I misspell his name? Fetterman. Yeah, it's a Shrek. Wait, this should bring up this tweet. How come when I type in Fetterman and Shrek, I don't get the Charlie Kirk tweet? What is wrong with Elon? Your site is broken. Your site is broken. There. Wait. What? Okay. So there we go. We got a guilt-free Fetterman. That's not by Charlie Kirk. Comfortably smug. There we go.
With other Democrats. But it took Ogre Man coming out and lying to protect Israel.
Wait, chat, is this a thing? Do other people call him Ogre Man? Nobody disrespects Shrek like that. Elon, your site is supposed to spread right-wing accounts. It can't even do that with Charlie Kirk, true.
As they're doing a genocide, for her to say, you know what? Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy.
Shrek is great, yeah.
Again, he says it's 100% on Hamas. 100% on Hamas. Let me give you guys some facts, because, I'm kind of a numbers guy. I'm bad at math, but I am a numbers guy. When I see numbers, it sort of cuts through all the bullshit and gets right to the heart of the matter. Look at this. 10% of the population is either killed, injured, missing, or detained in Gaza. And I should point out, this is an outdated infographic.
Yeah, it's definitely much more than this now.
But it was the most recent one that has like the full breakdown, so I wanted to share it with you. The outdated number is 49,032 Palestinians killed in Gaza. Of that number, 44,180 are innocent civilians. 16,164 are children, and 10,399 are women. Now, I want to reiterate here, John Fetterman says the tragedy, passive language, tragedy. It's like they got hit with a natural disaster, right? It's a tragedy. It's 100% on Hamas. So look at what he's willing to sweep aside or brush under the rug here to protect Israel. He's saying all 44,180 dead civilians, that's on Hamas. Okay, but what if it was U.S. weapons fired by the IDF, the Israeli military, directly at civilians? How is that the fault of Hamas? How is that the fault of Hamas? What he does is he takes away agency from the Israelis. That's what he does. And it's hilarious because this is oftentimes what people accuse the left of doing for Palestinians. He actually does it for Israelis. 16,164 children killed, 10,399 women killed. I should point out, there were I believe it was 99 U.S. doctors who were in Gaza, who then wrote the Gaza letters and sent it to Biden and to the U.S. government and was like, hey, this is what we saw, right? They say the number of dead is more like 118,000. That's what they say. And then you have The Lancet, which said when you include direct and indirect war deaths, they say it's 189,000 dead Palestinians in Gaza. These are the numbers we're talking about. There's a U.S. doctor who's doing a media tour who's saying in no uncertain terms, hey, kids are getting shot directly in the heart and directly in the head. I've never seen so many kids with headshot gun wounds in my life. We get multiple every day. This is what he's saying. Now, by the way, the New York Times had a piece on this, and a whole bunch of right-wing Zionist idiots came out and accused the New York Times of lying, saying this isn't true, right? And the New York Times fired back and said, we literally have photo evidence that we didn't run because it is too gruesome, that we think it's tasteless to run it, but we have the photo evidence, so we know this is accurate. And it's like, what, have they not seen that same doctor that we covered on the show the other day? He's been on like 4 or 5 different news outlets having the exact same story, talking about the kids getting shot in the head. And they just like, the fact that they refuse to believe such things, right? It shows how warped and biased their own worldview is. That they feel like, well, Israel has to be the good guy because I've already decided they're the good guy. I've already decided they represent enlightened Western values and liberal democracy. Therefore, they could never and would never do such a thing. Anytime Israel kills any civilians, it's an oopsie. Or, jiu-jitsu move, it's Hamas's fault, even if they're the ones who are purposely targeting civilians nonstop. They continue here. There's 3,600 detainees who have been forcibly disappeared. So that's the number of Palestinian hostages held by Israel. You often hear about the reverse of that. You hear about the Israeli hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. You never hear about the 3,600 hostages that are Palestinian and they're held by Israel. 90% of the population has been forcibly displaced in Gaza. Again, let me ask John Fetterman, how is that the fault of Hamas? So Israel does collective punishment, and that's somehow the fault of Hamas. They do a total siege, cut off food, fuel, water, electricity, and they know that's going to impact civilians. They know it's going to go after innocent women and children and men, and that's somehow the fault of Hamas? No, Israel has agency, and they're doing these things, and they're doing them on purpose. How is it Hamas's fault that 1,200...
Yeah, this is dark.
140 healthcare professionals have been attacked, and 523...
Like, I mean, this fucking move of demanding an unconditional surrender, right? And, like, honestly, would they even accept a surrender? Right? There's been some pretty one-sided terms accepted by Hamas in the negotiations with the United States as facilitating that have been turned down by Netanyahu's side of things, right? So it's kind of like, what is the question is this the goal, right? If this is the goal, there is no negotiation. But with the way that Netanyahu and company will play this off is that, like, if only Hamas had surrendered, then we wouldn't have had to cut off food and water. But they forced us. So is it really us starving the Palestinian people, or is it Hamas? I mean, this is some just classic fucking villain shit.
We have been killed. Now, he literally said, he says it in the tweet. He says it in the tweet. He goes, they're just using hospitals. They're using civilians and hospitals as shields. You know how many hospitals have been attacked in Gaza? Ready? Over 30. Over 30 of them have been attacked. Is it his contention that attacking over 30 hospitals is, bro, we're just doing a super surgical targeted attack on Hamas, bro? That's what we're doing. Is anybody dumb enough to believe that? Which, by the way, I mean, stop and think about this for a second. If there's a school shooter and they go into they do a shooting or whatever, then they go into a classroom and lock the door, right? What Israel does is the equivalent of, like, the local police drone striking the entire school as that kid is holed up in one of the classrooms. And nobody in their right mind would look at that and say, yeah, that makes sense. Go do that. Or there's a shooter and they're in a hospital and they hide in one of the rooms, and then you go, send a fighter jet to eviscerate and demolish the entire hospital with 400 people.
Yeah, so this is the real question is what is the goal in Gaza? Netanyahu would say it is the destruction of Hamas, right? Victory over Hamas, whatever. And getting the hostages back, which they've shown they got no interest in that, so that's bullshit already. But the actions of the IDF betray a very different objective. And that objective being ethnic cleansing, being further displacement, being the destruction of not only life, but civic life, and even the memory of life in the targeting of places like cemeteries.
Everybody looks at it in the context of any other situation and goes, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But in the context of Gaza, since Palestinians have been so fully dehumanized, everybody looks at it and they're like, well, something human shields. By the way, I should also point out, if we're going to have the conversation about human shields, there was a big report that just came out about how Israel is using human shields. This has been exposed.
Literally.
So, and look, I can go on. 172 journalists killed. One was just killed this past week. They've killed the family members of journalists. More journalists have died in this instance than any other conflict in human history. Why? Because Israel is targeting journalists. You know who else they're targeting? The UN. Human rights workers. Healthcare professionals. Right? And name a kind of civilian infrastructure, and they're bombing it. They're attacking. 97% of the per capita share of water has decreased due to the extensive destruction of water infrastructure. That's another thing they've bombed, water infrastructure. Here's another one for you. 80% of the agricultural lands in Gaza are now destroyed. 80%. They're destroying the civilian population on purpose. Netanyahu's openly talking about starving out North Gaza, literally letting them slowly starve to death. Again, we have words to describe these things. I can think of two of them. One starts with a G, one starts with an H. But no, you got the little ogre weasel sycophant boy out there still. Like, here's my question. What would Israel have to do in order to get some condemnation from John Fetterman? And I sincerely believe there is nothing that they could do that would make him say, too far. I honestly believe they could nuke Gaza, and he would defend it. I honestly believe that. Because they've already used the 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs, which the U.S. refused to use, even in Iraq and in Fallujah, because we said, hey, the civilian the damage would be too much. They're using it no problem. They bombed, residential buildings to get Hezbollah leaders in Beirut. They bombed in Tehran, Iran, to get the head of the Hamas political wing, who was literally engaged in negotiating for a ceasefire. He was the dovish wing of Hamas engaged in ceasefire talks, and he was murked during the ceasefire talks by Israel. Gee, I wonder if they're interested in peace or not. He's got this conflict completely backwards in his mind. Oh, Israel are angels, and they've never done anything wrong, and they mean really well, and all these. And these Palestinians are barbarians and savages, and they're backwards, and they don't want peace, and everything that bad that's ever happened is on them. 96% of the population in Gaza face high levels of acute food insecurity. Around 100 Palestinians, including 42 children, have died due to severe malnutrition. These are the numbers. This is the reality. And AOC must feel like she's in the Twilight Zone when she says, like, hey, maybe we should stop arming and funding the people who are carrying out a genocide. And the response is, the tragedy in Gaza is 100% on Hamas. Stop using civilians and hospitals as human shields. Surrender and release all remaining hostages. End the sentence. By the way, the fact that he believes that shows he's a fucking moron. The fact that he thinks if Hamas releases all the hostages, right, and surrenders, that, oh, this is all over. He's got another thing coming. No, Israel has made very, very clear it wants to expand.
Whatever ongoing project they've got going on in Gaza is like worth more to Netanyahu than getting all of the prisoners back.
Already in the process of trying to resettle parts of Gaza. They're already in the process of doing that. They're already in the process of encroaching further in the West Bank. Trump wants to officially let Israel annex the entire West Bank. They're already in the process of taking South Lebanon, pushing the Lebanese north of the Litani River and taking that territory. They want a greater Israel. So if Hamas and Hezbollah, if they all laid down their weapons and all the hostages were released, if all of that happened, you know what Israel would continue to do? Exactly what they're doing now. They would keep bombing innocent men, women, and children and saying, oh, it's Hamas, it's Hezbollah. It's the remnants of those groups that still wants to fight us. It's a terrorist stronghold. It's a Hamas command and control center. They would keep bombing. They would keep starving civilian populations, and they would keep doing territorial expansion. That's the reality. They are a settler, colonial, expansionist apartheid state. That's what they are. And anybody telling you otherwise is just fucking flat out wrong. They're just wrong. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting a little bit more back and forth between AOC and Fetterman. Instead, it's just like a little doom and gloom. We don't accept the human shield argument in domestic cases ever. Israel won't stop till they take the whole region, Lebanon included.
Welcome, one and all.
No, Stephen Colbert, what are you doing? No. Oh no, it's the fucking Trump rally at Turning Point. I had this on backup for Trump tent. But yeah, it starts off with Crystal wore the dress I hate today. Yeah, they're always matching. All right, we gotta. I can't leave it at that. I can't leave it at that.
Like, this is unconscionable, but he gets away with it. You're not seeing, tweet threads with 300 tweets describing just how nefarious this is, that he wouldn't even answer the basic question about raising the minimum wage because he doesn't support raising the minimum wage. You wouldn't see that. So there really are double standards on this front. It's true. There really are. And Trump gets away with so much more shit, but we're just getting started. So I got another one here for you. So the other day, and Trump's been repeating this a number of times, the enemy within, we have the enemy within, and hey, maybe we need to use the National Guard or the military against the enemy within. Who's the enemy within? I don't even mean the illegal immigrants. I mean the radical left lunatics, the Democrats. So
where's the part about
he's there, right? But I guess you could, to be fair, and he's also trying to take a shot. Like whether you worked at McDonald's or you worked at some other place, Stanley, about
Minimum wage is
recently increased.
So yes, ma'am.
Minimum wage should be raised.
Well, I think these.
Wait, I'm looking for the geese thing. Oh, there we go.
Or Twitter account or whatever it is. And now you get this one more time.
Famous line about Springfield, Ohio. And I take your point that 15 to 20,000 legal Haitian immigrants settling in that area causes a lot of friction. But when you said, it's gone viral there, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, you say you're just reporting what had been said. But why not say now, well, look, that turned out not to be true.
I don't know if it's not true. I don't know if it's true or not true.
By the way, I don't know if it's true or not true. Well, if you don't know if it's true or not true, that would mean you're agnostic on it. That would mean you don't know. And
one day this guy's going to stop bleaching his hair and no one's going to recognize him.
In a scenario like that, why would you spread it as if it's factual? So even if you accept him at his word, which you shouldn't, that, I don't know, well, then why'd you spread it as if it was true? Saying I don't know is very different from saying this is true. Jesus Christ.
I don't know if it's true or not true. I read something.
The pets, you don't know if it's true or not true. It's been debunked by the officials.
What about the geese? What about the geese?
What about the goose?
It was one.
Listen, Howie.
What about the geese?
I have no idea. I said something.
Oh my God. Yeah. Again, we're a couple weeks away from an election, and he's out there defending literal neo-Nazi lies about immigrants eating cats and dogs. There is no defending this. Not only is it stupid substantively, it's also strategically, from like a campaign perspective, he's trying to nuke his own chances of winning. He just is. It's just a fact. They've done polling on it. The majority of Americans are like, of course this fucking immigrants aren't eating cats. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? So he's sort of coming apart. But at the same time that's happening, you also got to call a spade a spade. This election is close. It just is, right? Now, if there's massive polling misses, maybe it won't be. But the fact that even in theory right now, it is on paper close is a terrifying thought. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now.
All right, chat. I'm not sure how Kyle is able to, how Will Neff is able to do this, all right? But there's a movie that's near and dear to my heart, and Will Neff is watching it on Twitch. I'm not going to ask any questions about copyright or anything like that. I'm just going to raid you in so you can join in the fun, right? There's a Halloween movie about a man with a ball cap that's flipped up that says, "Hey, Vern." And he's up against an army of trolls, which is what I'm up against on Twitch, for 90% of my career. I've been fighting trolls, right? We're gonna raid into Will Neff, and we're gonna see if we can pick up any tips from Ernest on how to deal with trolls, right? We got trolls in the Shorts chat, we got trolls in the Twitch chat, we got trolls in Twitch politics, we got trolls all over the place. So we're going to raid into Will Neff. We're going to say hi. We are probably not going to be noticed because Will Neff is a huge streamer. Huge streamers, huge chat. But I'm more interested in giving you something cool to watch after you watch me. So if you're watching on Twitch, you're about to be raided. Much love, everyone. And Moe Kyun. Fly, my pretties. There we go. That's an old school NCC send-off to raid. Yeah. So if you wanna do that, go. I think it's on Twitch, but I'll be watching that. I need to get some sleep. Oh wait. Oh my God, chat. I did it again. Look, it's my intention to shout out my Patreons not just once a night, but twice a night, right? So I already missed my chance with the Twitch crowd, but Thank you to all my Patreons. You help me keep the lights on, and you get a shout out at the $5 tier and above. So shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe No Ape, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Good for Gabby, and a fancy shout out to Zero Xerox, to Rachel, and to Omega Star. My fancy weasels. Much love, everyone, and I will talk to you all tomorrow.